on the win light first round. Rodney Snyder, left side, dial 513, took on Greg Moore. Greg, dial 542. Smoke on the top end, and I do believe we will be stopped for the moment. So we'll be down for just a moment. We're going to go check on Greg. We'll get back into round one of Super Pro Door Cars here shortly. So, to the people watching on our Bang Shift live feed, powered by Holly EFI, we do tell you good morning, welcome, as we are in round number 1 of Super Pro Door Cars here on Hughes Performance Saturday of the Southwest Showdown here at Tucson Dragway. Had a little bit of an old down situation. Was getting that cleaned up and have a little bit of moisture in the air currently. So we're going to wait this out, and we will keep you updated as all of this develops.
You heard that right, folks. It just started sprinkling. I put a finish line camera out and everything. I gotta go get it. So I'm gonna leave you guys here for a second and then grab shit and put it away again. God, it's like Groundhog Day here this weekend and I hate it. So anyway, I'll be back. Hang tight. We are probably gonna have to shut this down before it's over. So not for the whole day, but for a minute. So hang tight.
Till then, if you're watching the live feed, enjoy Chad's face.
Alright, it's really coming, folks, so all my shit is gonna get wet. All right, folks. Everything is soaking wet, me included. It was hailing. It was raining. I busted my lip when I pulled the cable down, and it went, the mic cable, and it went right in the front of my mouth. Oh well. All right. So, yeah. So I'm gonna sit here and dry stuff off. Of course, there's blue skies right there now. I'm gonna look at the radar and then decide what I'm doing as far as, because you're only gonna last on battery power for a short time. So, yeah. But all the things that aren't supposed to be wet, all of them are wet. It's great. And normally, because it's not like it's the first time all this stuff's been wet, normally you leave it all out and it dries for hours or days or whatever, and then you don't worry about it because it's not still wet when you plug it in. But unfortunately, that's probably not going to be the case today. So we may fry some stuff. Who knows? Hey. Oh, why do we do these things? That's my question. All right, so if you're in the chat, you have questions, you want to interact, knock yourself out. I am going to stand here and dry off the expensive stuff. Oopsies, breaking things. This one sucks too because this is the top end camera that, you know, anybody that watches like our drag and drive coverage knows that me and Neil always do top end cameras, but I don't normally do one here. And I thought, oh, this will be fun this weekend. Let's do that. And of course, yesterday was the sprinkles, and I didn't have this camera set up yesterday, so it didn't matter because, and even if it really wouldn't have mattered. It was barely sprinkling. Enough that we couldn't race, but not enough that this would have cared. But today, yeah, all the water falling from the sky. Whew. That came out of nowhere quick, too. I wasn't watching at all over there, which I believe is west, which I suppose shouldn't surprise me since there's all this crazy, whatever they've called it now, I don't know, the atmospheric river. I don't know who coined the term, but, you know, the weather people get bored, so they have to come up with new names for shit. Wow, it's amazing where water can get. This is great. Just great. Now the sun's out. Rapid Transit says, hey, Chad, you do these things because you're our friend and it's a passion. They did first round of pro, yes. They did first round of pro. Things were delayed this morning, and then I couldn't get out of the hotel because some jackhole parked and blocked my rental car in with a trailer. So they literally had to call the guy and get him out of his room to come move the damn trailer so I could get out. So I was about 20 minutes late getting here, 30 minutes, and that was the time it took to run pro. So sorry you missed pro first time. But you're going to see them all again because buyback rounds will be coming up and everybody does the buybacks. Okay, I'm going to put this outside so that the bright orb in the sky can help dry it. Okay. Man, I feel like I was in a fight. All right, any other questions, anybody? Any comments? Make them in the chat, bleachers. Morning, Shasta and James and Shane and Jasmine, Ronnie, Troy. Sorry if you're just joining us. I popped myself in the mouth with the microphone cable that I was trying to unhook from the car. And it was wrapped around a bar, and I pulled on it and went, whoosh, kink. Nailed me right in the lip right there. I didn't even slow down really, and then all of a sudden I tasted blood, and I was like, oh my God. Of course, while I'm running around like an idiot. trying to get everything else done. So, yeah. All right. So, by the way, the new, not sponsored, but the new Predator, I use Jackeries normally, but you can't fly with those things. And that's what we use to power remote cameras. So I bought one of these yesterday, or day before yesterday. And so today's the first day using it. Well, yesterday I used it to like charge a phone and stuff, but today's the first day using it. Compared to the Jackery, it feels much heavier duty. It is also much heavier. But it's cool, and I like it, and it says that it'll run the remote camera for 19 hours thanks to this handy-dandy display right here. I'm fairly certain that that when they say it has a 5-year warranty and it's badass and it's all those things, that they were not counting on Chad leaving it in some rain. In my defense, I didn't try to do that, so yay. We'll let it sit in the sun. It'll be fine. It will be fine. Everything's fine. Okay, let's look at the radar. How about that? We can do Chad's weather. Wow. Okay, so according to the NBC radar, by the way, if you know anybody in Oklahoma, they had like a big firestorm yesterday near Stillwater and tornadoes and all kinds of stuff. It's not good. So according to the radar, there is a 0% chance of rain. In 3 hours. Then it goes to 0. Right now it's 7, 2, or 4%. Let's look at the radar. So that's us. Little blue dot. And it shows that everything, according to the radar model, is moving away. Nothing is going to be here. It's all fine. Everything's fine. So, I can tell you that all the things outside are now dry. So I'm going to go, Chad Cantori reporting live from Tucson Dragway. Today's weather, dark with increasing darkness. But we have definitely lost the racetrack. I mean, it is. Jim never stopped with the broom. He immediately hit it, but now he's on they've got the vacuum out with the squeegee chingus, and the big tractor is brooming, and the four-wheeler is blowing, and all the things are happening. So, yeah. Sorry. I wish I could control this stuff because I would make cajillions of dollars. So I'm going to go put you guys back outside and just leave you on the Chad cam. And you're going to John Victorino, careful fighting those mic cables. Yes, smart ass. It's a good thing I love you people, because I know I as soon as I said it, I thought to myself, I should never tell this story. There should have been a bear that was running across the track carrying a small child, and I beat its ass and saved the kid, and all I got was this little fat lip. But no, I had to say what really happened, which I have a feeling means I will never hear the end. But it's all right. I love you guys. All right. So yeah, woohoo and stuff. I'm gonna go set you up out there so that you're plugged in because that's really the key here. And you're gonna still be on the Chad cam, which means it's gonna be loud and the audio is gonna suck and all the things. And until I can make sure that all the cables are dry so I can plug things in without ruining things, because otherwise everything will be ruined. All right. Thank you for tuning in. Give you a weather update. Hopefully never again this weekend. Ugh. I know this is gonna sound shitty, but I hate it when it only rains like that, and I go through the mad thrash, and then it stops 10 minutes later, and then you have to clean up. It's like I almost wish it would just rain for hours so that there isn't, I don't know. Don't listen to me. I'm grumpy. But you're plugged in now, so that's all that matters. Yay, look at you with the racetrack view and all those things. Let's see what all is. Just FYI, if you leave cables and stuff outside, leave them hanging if they have to be exposed, because at least then the water will hopefully travel away from the inside of the connectors. Ask me how I've learned these lessons. Same with a power strip. If you flip it over upside down, then it'll be happier and stuff. Okay. Yay. The other thing I hate is that this morning I spent like all my time and had this thing like all pretty and my cables were all nice, which Neil knows makes me happy. And now they're not going to be as nice. Well, maybe because we have a while, so I'm going to try and make them nice. We shall see. You guys only knew all of the trials and tribulations of this. By the way, some of the dumbest little things, well, not dumb, but some of the littlest things, like this little box right here, they cost real money. Despite the fact that that sounds like a jet, it is not. That would be awesome if they had a jet here, but as far as I know, they do not. Thanks, Reenstra family. Yes, Jim and them know what they're doing for sure. They'll get it, dried up, but there's no doubt. It just sucks that we had a great racetrack for the morning and lost it. But oh well. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? This is the mean bastard that got me in the lip. Okay, momentarily I will have you a different camera to look through, and welcome, Randy. RGC, turn. Shut your mouth. Yeah, I'll have a. Okay. Great when you open the thing that way. Fine. Don't worry about it. I turn anything on and you see me get electrocuted, please call somebody. I don't know who, but somebody. Okay. That's good. I'll be back.
Back at it with racing. Dustin Wirtz gets the win light over Patrick Reif. Dustin dialed in 527 in the Roadster. Was 11 green and 1 above. 528 on a 527 turns on the scoreboard. On the American Walk-In Coolers side of the racetrack, as Patrick Reif dialed at 628, was 43 thou leaving the starting line, and then goes 630 on a 628 to come up a little bit short. And again, find himself eligible for the buyback round. It's nice to have the buyback round. It's not the greatest thing on earth to be eligible for the buyback round. But at least it's there if you need it. Right? It's like at the casino, you can buy a little insurance. You can buy insurance for your race cars from like Larice. It's nice to have a little insurance. Be like, well, that didn't work. Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. Andrew Jaramillo and Sid Summers trying to make each other eligible for the buyback round. Jaramillo out of Las Cruces, New Mexico in the 69 at Dodge Dart. 583 is the dial, and Sid Summers dialed in 1/100th of a second quicker than that with a 582. $17 thou, the difference in reaction time. One of them was 001 and will not turn on the win light. Andrew Jaramillo, 001, ends up 6 hun above the dial and is headed to the buyback round. Sid Summers was 18 green, dead 2 to be 20 thou total. Jaramillo did his job at this end of the racetrack. The race car let him down at that end of the racetrack, so Sid moves on. Andrew is going to come back a little bit earlier than he wanted to, as Nathan Galvar and Beto Dominguez. Beto in the Nissan. Little 240 SX over the right side of the racetrack. 619 is the dial for the Nissan and for Nathan Galvar. Coming in out of El Paso, Texas. The 98 bodied Camaro is dialed in at 660. Uh-oh. Beta looked like he might have rolled back out of the beams, as unfortunately the red light turns on. Nathaniel was headed out of the beams early, left 12 thou too quick, goes 670 on a 660, but Beto, that just didn't work. No, it didn't work. So he's going to have to find his way into the buyback round. Again, it's going to be $80 in Pro. It's going to be $100 or $120 in Super Pro. As Jason Pad and Brad Pierce. A 1958, honest to goodness, real Corvette. Rolling up on the right side, based out of Riverside, California. 638 is the dial for Brad Pierce and Jason Pad. In a slammed 1975 Chevy. 421 cubic inches under the hood, and a car that is dialed in at 616. Jason's truck has one of those driver compartments that's considered cozy. It is tiny inside, and not quite Opel cozy, but it's cozy. 30,000 difference in reaction time. Jason Pad gets the jump with a 008 reaction time. How about 8 total? 008 dead 0 for the Love Truck. 616 on a 616. Brad Pierce goes dead 7, but had given up 30 thousandths of a second advantage at this end of the racetrack. Was 7 thou above the dial to be 37 thou behind at the stripe. Win light goes to Pad. As Karen Snyder coming up to take on Andrew Olson. Olson, in the 1970 bodied Camaro. I was talking with him last night about kind of the paint job on that, and I think the accents on the side of that car kind of highlight the body style of the Camaro. And he's going to go 607 on a 606, lights up the scoreboard, and is your winner. 13 green. Karen Snyder had him by 9 thou at this end of the racetrack with a 004. Took 24 thou at the stripe and breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Olson as Kevin McClelland and Ryan Wilson. Wilson's Camaro, again, another one of those race cars that it just looks mean sitting still. It just looks nasty, even when it's parked. It's dialed in at 539. McClelland in the Big Mac, 1980 Malibu. 673, away goes McClelland. Oh, Ryan Wilson, I think his car did that last night. Hopped off of the starting line, broke him loose. Had to get it to hook back up, goes 682 on a 539, but he was 39 thou behind when they left the line. The 049 to Kevin McClelland's 10 line. McClelland goes 675 on a 673. Ryan is fighting some sort of a demon in the Camaro. McClelland moves on as Dave Engler and Hector Hernandez Jr. So for Dave Engler, coming in out of Zimmerman, Minnesota, which we've got Minnesota on our list. We've also got 3 countries represented here between Mexico, the United States, and Canada. 624 is the dial for the Sonora-based Mustang. Rolling out of the left side. Dave Engler's dialed it at 668. And I'm going to start early today on you folks that are watching along on the free for you Bank Shift live feed. We'll do it here in a minute. 7,000 difference in reaction time. Engler in the Vega trying to stay out front. He cannot. 667 on a 668. Hector Hernandez was 23 green, had 7 thou in his pocket, goes dead on 2 to be 25 total. Dave Engler was 30 on the tree and nothing he could do. So for those of you that are watching on the Bank Shift live feed, we pride ourselves on the fact that Bank Shift is out there, and thanks to great sponsors like Holly and like RB Components and Kid Performance and Dyno and Hughes Performance, it is free for you to watch except for one thing. We ask that you please hit the like button. That little thumbs up down at the bottom of the screen, please punch that. We'd love for you to do that. Darren Taylor goes red by 3,000 for the second, and Chuck Hawk's little missile truck, 499 on a 497. He's 10 green. And saw the green lights illuminate on his side of the scoreboard before he left the starting line. Darren turns in red 3,000, 613 on a 609. Chuck Hawk gets the win light as Gabriel Hernandez and Joe Kidd. And I'm going to say thank you to those of you that paid attention to the instructions. Again, your only cost of admission to watch the Bank Shift live feed is hit the like button. We have got almost 400 people watching and only 63 likes. So for those of you who have not yet paid your admission by hitting the like button, I'd ask that you please do so. Again, that's all we're asking. One flick of the finger to hit the thumbs up. Let's get those numbers way up there. Joe Kidd going up against Hernandez. Joe Kidd is your winner. 52 and dead on 9 for Joe Kidd. The car did his job. Joe Kidd kind of did his job. Gabriel Hernandez, unfortunately, left early by 5 thou. Appreciate that, Jody. And for those that have already dove into the like button, we just jumped from like, what, 57 likes up to 92. Keep it going. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, full steam. We're now over 400 that are watching, and I know that like button's going to continue to roll on up there. Scott Taylor and Larry Cannon. Cannon kind of having some issues in the burnout box here. The guys are directing him back, going, man, let's try this again. Let's do this again. And it should be better. Yeah, that's better. Much improved. It's cool. It's simple and it's pretty. The Plymouth Savoy, that's just classic. 576 is the dial for the Savoy. 635 is the dial for the S10. 23 thou was the difference in reaction time, and Ruben rolls into round number 2. 21 green and 641 on a 635. Jeremy Jacobs' car wasn't happy. Ends up with a 636 on what was a 576 dial. Jeremy was 44 green, and Ruben punches his ticket into round number 2. Jeremy's going to have to fight his way through the re-entry round as Alex Sandin going to be coming up against Terry Davies. Davies out of Yarrow, British Columbia. Oh, well, that's terrible. Oh, that's terrible. You get all the way up here into the staging lanes, getting ready to roll, and then it won't start. Win light goes to the Willies. 28 green, a 543 on what was a 540 dial. True margin of the stripe is about a thou. And the Willies moves on as Alex Sandin was 33 green and ends up 2 above, 584 and a 582. So Joe Cox Jr., who is doing with a 597 dial on Swio's car and a 702 dial on Joe's Coronet. I told you we had a 69 Coronet and a 66 Coronet. Thank you, Davey. Noted. Turns on for Joe. Mr. Junior, 10 green, and on a double breakout, ends up with a 700 on a 702. Ken Swio takes the stripe first by 8 thou, goes 30 thou under the dial. To Joe's 15 thou under the dial. Win light to Joe. And with that, Super Pro Dragster, let's get our double entered Super Pro Dragsters headed to lanes 3 and 4. Double entered Super Pro Dragsters headed to lanes 3 and 4, please. And single entered Dragsters with a green run sticker. Single entered Dragsters with a green run sticker. Let's get you headed this way. So if you've got a green run sticker on your dragster and you are single entered, we're going to start with our green sticker cars today. So double entered Super Pro Dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. Single Leonard Superboard Dragster with a green sticker. Make your way up here as well. 595 on a 593 for Sir James Hartvigsen. Sir James had a provisional buy that he would get last night in the race. Today he gets a competition solo, as unfortunately the Nova he was paired up with to race decided that it wasn't going to play along, and uh-oh. I'm going to figure out, did our internet just go out up here? Well, dang. What happened? Let's see. Maybe I just disconnected. We'll try it again. So Sir James, 003 red, 595 out of 593 is Nick Downing and Robert Croton. Croton in the GTA red by 8 in the second. Nick Downing, 24 green and dead 3. 533 on a 533 for the Bill Luke Dodge Daytona. Racing out of Phoenix, Arizona. Robin, 538 on a 537. But, yeah. Tony Marconi and Dan McClellan. This will be kind of a mean, nasty, but fun one. Win light turns on for McClellan. 16 and 557 on a 555. Dan was 10 thou better in reaction time. Tony had an 026 light as Marconi goes 600 on a 597. And that is going to bring out Faustino Zaragoza and Mike Zimmerman. Zimmerman in what I was calling a Falcon the other day simply because of the shortened body. I actually got a chance to go back and look at it. It is a Ranchero that has been, well, shortened 7 inches in the front and 17 inches in the back. So kind of crazy, but that there is some amazing airbrush work on the top of that Ranchero. That it is a beautiful car. They have put a lot of great work into that car, and it is something to be admired. As Faustino Zaragoza in the Vega, dialed 634. Zimmerman dialed in at 566. Goes to Faustino. 007, 25 thou above the dial. Take 5 thou at the stripe is a win light out of the left lane. Mike Zimmerman was 3 thousandths of a second behind, leaving the starting line. Ended up 27 thousandths of a second behind on his dial for a true margin of victory of 5 thousandths of a second. So with that, we roll into Jeff Jones and Hank Pramoff. Hank's down 571. The Vega out of Colorado going up against Jeff Jones's Nova. Out of California with a BRP and Lucas Oil on the side of it. Got a little Calvert Racing right along as well. So the 613 going to get the opportunity to leave first. Hank will do the chasing after that. And it'll look a little something like this. Go 613 on a 613. Oof. We saw a few of those yesterday. Like a couple thou red and then dead on. We're talking like dead on one. We saw one that was like 001 red and dead one. Those hurt. Those are painful. We don't like those. Jeff doesn't like those. But the win light belongs to Hank Bramoff, 38 green and 569 on a 571. So the Vega rolls into round number 2 as Sarah Kidd comes up behind the wheel of the pickup truck, going up against Don Toya. A couple of locals. Don based out of Tucson, Sarah based a little bit farther west on the I-10 in Marana, Arizona. 684 dial for Sarah. 536 the dial for Don. Don is in control, but Sarah turns on the scoreboard. I think that is the Kidd mentality. I'm going to run dead on the dial. And then we'll make up for a little bit of tardiness on the tree. 50 on the tree to Don Toya's 018. Toya goes 533 on a 536. Sarah on a 684 dial goes 684-0. So Sarah gets the win light, moves into round number 2. Don is going to have to find his way through the re-entry round as Gabriel Hernandez and Bill Kidd will be our next 2. So Sarah just went down the racetrack. Dad Bill sitting in the roadster over on the right side with a 605. Bill Kidd gets the win light, 22 green. Gabriel Hernandez was perfect leaving this end of the racetrack. Take 32 thou at the stripe to break out by 0.02 of a second. Gabriel and a few others. Maybe we need to start camp commiseration here. It's a place where you can go hang out, have a mental therapy, share with each other what it is that you did. What it is that be like, I took 32 thou and was 2 thou away from being in a perfect package. Beto Dominguez getting the win light, the 98 Nissan that struggled mightily in his first entry on the reaction timer is 102 this time. So still a little struggle, goes 618 on a 619 and wins it on a double breakout. Billy McDaniel, 660 on a 663, breaks out by more, and it'll cost him in order to fight his way through the buyback round. Sid Summers and Jake Swiger. Swiger in the GTO, 529 at dial right side. Sid Summers in the Camaro with a 581 dial. Sid looks like he may be losing fuel, and Swiger didn't have the box right. Something wrong here. Sid's 24 green. Swiger's car didn't like it. So Sid gets the win. Again, dragsters. You were called into the staging lanes a little while ago. Again, if you are double entered, we need you in the lanes 3 and 4. And dragsters with a green run sticker. You were called a little bit ago. So you should be in the staging lanes, please. Please. So Hector Hernandez and Dustin Wirtz. Dustin's dialed 524. Hector's dialed 622. Tree begins to drop. $6 is the difference, and the wind light's going to turn on for Dustin Wirtz, who is 3 total. Dustin Wirtz, 003, take 5,000. What was it you said yesterday, Ryan? That's a man lap. That's a man lap. Dustin Wirtz, you can collect your man card because you are joining the Man Lap Club. Ryan will decide who's a man lap and who's not. And then if you turn around and do something else the rest of the day, you could have your man card taken away. I like that term. It's a man lap. Oh, man. In the Camaro, 609 on a 611 after being 18 green, no good. Andrew Olson gets the win light, 13 green. Take 4 down at the finish line and go 607 on a 609 to light up the scoreboard. I'm going to bring up Luis Hull and John Tripp. John is dialed 638. Luis in the truck is dialed 664. And we do need our dragsters into the staging lanes if you are not there yet. We're getting ready to go with round number 1. Super Pro dragsters, round number 1. Need you, please. Again, remember, it is noon o'clock, lunchtime. If you haven't had lunch yet, swing by the concession stand. You could get all kinds of good stuff. We had the spicy chicken sandwiches yesterday. Those are good. I think today we're going to be getting cheeseburgers, maybe some hot dogs. I saw nachos out there. The Tapas truck is open if you want some really good street tacos. They've got those available. All kinds of great stuff to eat here. A wide variety of choices, along with a wide variety of race cars. John trying to get it done against Luis. Luis gets there first, gets there too quick, breaks out, and heads to the buyback round. John Tripp, 13 green, 1 above, 639 on a 638 for the Quick Trip Plymouth. Made quick work of Luis's Silverado as Luis 662 on a 664. Took 38 thou at the stripe. Breaks out by 17 thou after being up a little 4 on the tree. And let's see, Ryan Wilson. As a matter of fact, the cars that are nose to tail right now in the water box, yesterday ended poorly. Ryan's car ended up with some issues leaving the starting line, which continued this morning in his first entry. We'll see if Wilson's car can behave out. That's better. Scott Taylor still gets the win line, but that was way better for Ryan Wilson. 20 green and dead 7. 27 total, no good against Scott Taylor, who was 007 dead 9. So the win light to Taylor is Bill Bollock, who came up late into the rounds yesterday, ended up having to back the car off the starting line. And his 595 dial-in doing up against Darren Taylor, 613 in the Nova out of Idaho. Turns on for Bollock. Both get there too quick. Bollock goes 592 on a 595. Darren goes 609 on a 613. Neither one of them given an inch down at the finish line. The win line belongs to Bollock. 43 to a 44 were the reaction times, and whatever it was that was plaguing Bill's car last night is not plaguing it anymore, as Mike McBrayer and Rod Taylor. Again, McBrayer was one of those guys that rolled up here in his first entry, and the car jumped off early. It looked like almost 517 on a 517 for Rod Taylor. No good. Mike McBrayer, 672 on a 669. McBrayer was holding about 600 in his pocket, got the advantage at this end of the racetrack, turns on the scoreboard, moves into round number 2 as Luis Valenzuela was going to roll up here. Again, remember, with it being lunchtime, you want to swing by the concession stand, grab something to eat. Great time to do it. Luis on a solo 001 and 554 on a 553. That is going to wrap things up in Super Pro Door Car round number 1. We got dragsters rolling into the water box. We got Amber Escobedo and Chad Axford going to be our first 2, Chad and Neil. We'll see if Chad can make some man laps. And Stephanie, I know that's a pretty funny thing, but yeah, I'm giving Ryan full credit, man. Ryan came up with the term man lap. That's going to stick. And again, racers, you can earn your man lap card here this weekend. Man lap cards make their debut. You can earn one. You can also lose one. Ryan is the sole judge.
I'll get them laminated.
I think you, dude, you can do that. You have a little thing with a lanyard you could wear around your neck. Says, I got my man lap card.
T-shirts.
I agree. And I'm debating. I'm debating right now as Chad gets the win light over Amber of a second. Chad, 17 green, goes 507 on a 506. So Amber turns it red against Chad. Chad gets the win light. That's going to bring up Madeline Torres, who made her new entry time run this morning, going up against Jerry Hall. Hall in the dragster. So here's what I'm debating right now. You're asking, is there, hold on the chat, please, is there only 3 rounds per class? No, there's 3 classes per round.
Yeah.
We've got Pro, Super Pro Door Car, and Super Pro Dragster. Now, for those of you that may be kind of watching along here for the first time, as we make our way through the day, we start with those 3 categories. When the category gets down to 16 cars, we put them on a ladder. When we get down to 16 or less everything, we combine them all. The ladder changes each round. That's kind of the way that it works. But when it comes down to like Pro, again, when we get down to 16 or less Pro cars, we put them on a ladder. When we get down to 16 or less Super Pro Door Cars and Dragsters, we put them on a ladder. Pro, Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Dragster. Win light to Miss Torres. 49 green and 474 and a 472 gets her a victory by 1/1000th of a second. Jerry Hall is 15 green and goes 538 on a 532. And that's Kelly Rivera and Gabe Torres. So Gabe just watched his niece go down the racetrack. Kelly Rivera coming out of Trinidad, Colorado. That's a clean looking race car. Probably because that looks like a newer race car. But it's cool. So Kelly's dialed 484. Gabe is dialed 480. And I agree with you, Randy. Gabe should have no problem at all and has no problem at all. Gabe was 008. Kelly's reaction time started with a 1. Kelly ends up going 46 on a 44. But Gabe gets the win light as Jacob Collins and Greg Hicks roll out of the water box. And you know what? Just because, you know, the last time we turned the mic over to Ryan this morning, it went sour quick.
Sure did.
I'm going to give him another chance just because one of his favorite racers in the world is on the starting line.
Left side, Greg Hicks, Shane Thompson's least favorite son, dialed 469. Gonna take on Jacob Collins, dialed 480. Forsyth, that good enough? He said I was too nice on the microphone yesterday, so he wanted me to be more aggressive, I think was the word. Is that what you said earlier? No, it's not what you said. Oh, misinterpretation. Yeah. Oh, I'm not going to do it behind your back. We're for sure going to do it to your face. Now red for Hicks gives the win to Collins, who's 24 and 4 above. Greg just doing Greg things. I'm pumped. I drank one Dr. Pepper this morning, had a continental breakfast that Forsyth had to pay for. It's a great day. Kevin Johnson, left side, Drader, Utah is where he hails from, down 462. And Lucas Makovica down 5 flat. So far, Greg is 2 for 2 for needing buybacks this weekend. Go team. And we'll take all Super Pro Dragsters round number 1, all Super Pro Dragsters. Round number 1, we'll take you to the lanes. All Super Pro Dragsters, round number 1. We'll take you to Lucas, who is 10 and 2 above. So Lucas will advance. Kevin will get ready for the re-entry round a little later today. Big John, I'm glad he's not on your tab this weekend either. Jeff Taylor, left side. He is on your tab. Down 462, going to take on Hector Salido. Salido down 515. Speaking of, we have these awesome Genco plumbing stickers on the front of the new Taylor hot rod. I was tasked with putting those together. Do I invoice Genco Plumbing or do I invoice In Motion Solutions for this? Basically In Motion Texas edition. That could be my backup after I get fired from this. Win line Jeff Taylor 16, take 4 to be 2 above. Hector 26 and 1 over, no good. Attention to the pits, parts call, big parts call. Got a racer in need. Kevin Hansen is in need of a welder. And it is a situation where we cannot bring the race car to you. We must bring the welder to the race car. Once again, Kevin Hansen, racer in need, needs a welder. If you got one, go find Kevin. He is in need. Roy Haar, left side. Watertown, South Dakota. So we had North Dakota on the list. We did not have South Dakota. Hold, please. Win light goes to Ryan Stifler, 10 and 4 above, gets their first 21 thou. Rory, 35, 4 above, no good. Hey Kevin, Bill Kidd has a flex core welder. If that will work, go find Bill. He is parked closer to the gate. Should be a really nice Camaro Roadster in his pit area. Can't miss it. Once again, Bill Kidd has a flex core welder. If that will work, go grab that from Bill. Rod Belsham, left side. Out of British Columbia, down 454. And Ren Hunt at El Paso, Texas, down 513. Win light, Belsham. Little late and 2 thou under. Gets a win as Hunt 26, take 57 to be more under. Belsham will move on. Kurt Reif, left side, down 526, take on Nacho Rivera. Rivera out 495. With the win, 11 dead, 0. Turns on the win light, gets their first 2 Hun. Rife 35 and 4th thou under, no good. Mark Kidd left side, owner behind Kidd's Performance. Down 470, get down Bradley Johnson. Johnson down 477. Usually see Bradley in the top dragster ranks all through Division 5. See him venture out west some near the end of the year. Bradley Johnson will advance. Jason Pad left side. Got out of the Love truck and into the dragster for his second entry. He's down 454. Take on Mitchell Marcy. Marcy down 486. Marcy the win, 9 take 19 to be 2 thou under. Pad 34 and 8 thou under. No good. Mitch Marcy moves on. Dylan Smith left side, down 495. Take on Kristen Slade. Slade out also 495. Give it to Smith, 20 takes 7 to be 2 above. Slade 23 and 3 above, no good. Aiden Blevins left side, down 481. Does this hot rod got a wheelie bar on it? Yeah. It sure does. I like it. Right side Joe Lane Devizzo down to 539. But the win light will go to Joe, 34 and 2 above. It's their first 26 thou. Blevins 22 and 5 above. No good. Mark Lalonde left side, out 515. Take on Daniel Slade, out 517. Red light. Mark 5, take 31 to be 5 above. Daniel 28 and 6 over, no good. Grant Dury left side, dial 481. Take on Adam Chioda, dial 472. Chioda 002, take 009. That's kind of a man lap to be 1 above 1, 13 total. That's good. We did kill some mile an hour. You know what? He's eligible for the man card. We'll give him that. Dury 10 and 1 above 2, no good. Dwayne Ringeth left side, dial 471. Take on Brandon Dozel, also dialed 471. Once again, all remaining Super Pro dragsters will take you to the lanes. All remaining Super Pro dragsters will take you to the stage lanes for round number 1. All remaining Super Pro dragsters will take you to the stage lanes for round number 1. Dwayne 001, dead 1, 2 total, gets there first, 29 thou. Dozel 39, had no chance. Ringeth 2 total, moving on. Calvin Locke left side, dial 516, gets there on Josh Herman. Herman dial 454. Winlight Calvin 007 and 1 above, gets there first a bunch. Herman missed it and 1 above, no good. Michael Scholl left side, Calgary, Alberta is where he hails from. Dialed 444, take on Logan Shannon. Logan dialed 511 in the right. Logan with a win, 4 dead 9, lays down 13 total, gets their first 18 thou. Scholl 23 dead 8, no good. Logan Shannon will move on. Bob Siemens left side, Ogden, Utah is where the Dragon hails from. Dialed 497, taking on Tyler Murrow. Tyler dialed 477. Tyler, the first person from the West Coast who said he thought I was a good announcer and he thought I was a good person. I told him to never say that again. You're killing my heat, bro. And he will 25, take a bunch to be dead on 9, down quite a bit mile an hour. Bob late and 2 above, no good. Race Kid left side, he's out 475, take on Tina Arend. Tina out 466. Tina 2, take 46 to be dead on 4, lays down 6 total. Race Kid 25, bailed out to be 2 above, had no chance. Tina Arend 6 total, moving on. Tim O'More left side. Looks like we got the dragster fixed, out 505. Take on Blake Johnson, out 471. Tim O'More, how about 17 dead, 0? Getting their first 2 hun. Blake 19, 1 above, no good. Tim O'More moving on. Mark Campbell left side, about 468. Take on Luis Ortiz, about 523. Campbell 26 and 1 above 9 gets their first 38 foul. Luis 14, 6 over, no good. Lance Parker down 484 on the left. Take on Marco Paravallaris. Marco down 456. Marco 16, dead 9, turns on the wind light. Parker 15, take 35 to be 25 thou under. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. left side, dialed 483. Taking on Travis Keys, dialed 470. To Hernandez, 11 and 3 above gets the win. Keys 22 and 5 over. No good. Anne-Marie Glenbaki, left side, dial 462. Take on Larry Richardson. Richardson, dial 495. Wind light will go to Larry as Anne-Marie has issues. Carson Campbell left side, dial 463. Take on Jaden Nava. Nava, dial 520. Wind light, Carson Campbell, 7, take 3 to be 2 above. Pretty solid. Jaden 16, 2 above. No good. Carson moves on. Gerald Wirtz, left side, dialed 453. Take on Tristan Craig, dialed 517. Tristan 15, take 16 to be 2 above. Wirtz missed it. Puts it 1 above, no good. Travis Ringus left side, dial 457. Take on Richard McFarland. McFarland dialed 583. 4, 12th thou under. Travis will advance. Brian Cam left side out 499. Good thing on Eric Nazarenas. Now 525. Eric Nazarenas moving on. Pat Marbach left side. Bismarck, North Dakota. That's where the Shorty Dragster hails from. We have North Dakota on the list. I added South Dakota.
I added North Dakota yesterday. Yeah.
Yep.
How did you not put me on there?
And Calvin Klinkendinger, right side out at 450.
You gotta add Tennessee.
Are you in Tennessee? I can't keep track of you, Axford.
Tennessee, legally, we're at 14 now.
We're at 14 states, 3 provinces, 3 countries.
Pretty good.
It's a big draw.
Yeah. The 3 countries part's the cool part.
One line, give the Calvin 31, 2 above, gets her 9 thou. Pat 38, 2 above, no good. Now is Kevin going to come back and tell us he's rolled 31 in? Who knows? Mike Zimmerman left side, dial 490, can take on Leroy Duran. Leroy dialed at 489. Leroy 13, take 9 to be dead on 1. Lays down 14 total. Zimmerman 12. And 1 above 1, no good. Leroy moving on. Darren O'Connor dialed 474, but he heads up with Lane Ingo, also dialed 474. Win light, give it to Darren. 000, dead on 9, turns on the win light. Lane missed it. He input it 4 thou under. Darren O'Connor moves on. Hugo Hernandez left side, dialed 466, and Victoria Christensen, Tori dialed 470. Give it Tori 15 dead 9. Gets there a lot. Hugo late and 2 above. No good. Next pair, left side, Paul Dowdy. Centerville, Utah, dialed 497. Going to take on Phil Narum. Narum out of Casa Grande, Arizona. Dialed 464. Phil, I'm going to assume didn't put the crossover in. So Dowdy moves on, 008 and 200 under. Mark Darsal left side, dialed 509. Take on Elliot Franco Sr., dialed 513. Wayne Light give it to Elliott 23 and 1 above as Darsal was late and under. Chase Learcamp down 465. Take on Daryl Contreras down 471. Winlight give it to Contreras 36, 1 above, gets there first 2 thou. Learcamp 12, 4 above, and Mighty gave that one back 2 thou. One light Lear Camp 25 and 5 thou under. We'll move on. Dawson 10 take 23 to be 13 thou under. Neil Pressmoney left side, dial 506, and RJ Torres, dial 502. Torres, 4 dead 2, get their first 4 thou. Neil is 10 dead 0. Wind light's not on. RJ Torres, man lap, moving on. Jeff Taylor dialed 462 and Dustin Hinches dialed 487. Jeff Taylor 37 and 6 thou under. Dustin 6 get their first 34 to be 9 thou under. Jeff Taylor moves on. Mark Kidd left side down 470, get down Riley Learcamp down 474. Give it to Mark Kidd, 32 and 2 thou under gets away in Lear Camp 20, take 13 to be 3 thou under. Mark Kidd moves on. Rick Marcy left side, dial 488, and Greg Christensen. Greg dialed 462. Light give to Marcy 22 and 4 over. Gets their first 4 thou. Christensen 44 and 2 above. Looks like he got 4 thou behind. Marcy will move on. Dylan Smith down 495. Down Jeremy Weaver down 457. Weaver is red. Wind light goes to Dylan, 12. 4th thou under. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. Dow 482, taking on Alonzo Sanchez, Dow 486. And at this time, we'll make the call for pro buybacks. Pro buybacks will take you to lanes. Pro buybacks will take you to lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. Pro buybacks will take you to lanes. Pro buybacks will take you to lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. Wind light here goes to Alonzo, 38 and 2 above. Gabriel, 15, take a bunch to be 12th thou under. Pat Marback down 516 in the left, taking on Joe Landavazzo down 540 in the right. Wind light give it to Pat, 31, take 40 to be 3 thou under. Joe late falls him through to be 13 thou under. Dwayne Ringeth left side down 470, taking on Lucas Makovica down 502. Double breakout and a wind light goes to Dwayne. 7 take 16, puts him 4th thou under. Lucas 25, 6th thou under, no good. Rod Belsham down 454 and Nacho Rivera down 495. Once again, pro buybacks will take you to the lanes. Pro buybacks will take you to the stage lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4, singles to 5 and 6. Pro buybacks will take you to the lanes. Wind light give it to Rod, 6 and 2 above, turns on the wind light. Nacho, 23 takes 7 to be 4th thou under. Mark Campbell down 469, taking on Mark Lalonde down 517. Oh. Okay. Mark late and 2 above. Lalonde, that is. Campbell left side 20. You know, he for sure got to the finish line first to be 7th thou under. Lalonde moves on. Carson Campbell down 465, taking on Adam Chioda down 472. I'm really taking this new year, new me thing to a whole nother level. Trying to be nicer now. 3 thou under. We'll see how long it lasts. Michael Scholl left side down 444, take on Josh Herman down 456. When like give it to Scholl 5 and 3 above gets the win. Herman 30, take 24, puts him 15 thou under. Race Kid left side down 476. Continue on Blake Johnson down 472. Race Kid 7 dead 6, turns on the win light. Johnson 12, take 4, puts him 3 thou under. Race Kid moves on. Chase Learcamp down 465, take on Mitch Marcy down 486. Thou under. Paul Dowdy left side down 495, take on Marco Pervalaris down 457. Smith left side out 458. Take on Tristan Craig. T. Craig down 517. Travis 31, dead 8, gets there a thou. Tristan 25, and one above 5. No good. Darren O'Connor left side out 474, and Tyler Murrup down 476. Give it to Murrup. 000, dead on 8. Turns on the win line. O'Connor 12, take 8. Be 12 thou under. Tyler moving on. Chris Whitfield left side down 469. Taylor Larry Richardson down 495. And a thou under gets the win. Larry 1 take 10 puts him 4 thou under. Whitfield moves on. John Vandermeer the third left side out 467, taking on Victoria Christensen. Toried out 470. Thou under. Elliot Franco Sr. left side, dialed 513. Take on Eric Nazarenas, dialed 523. $13,000. Final call, Super Pro Dragsters. Final call, Super Pro Dragster. If you have not been down in round number 1, you should be here. Final call, Super Pro Dragsters. You should be in the lanes. And Pro Buybacks, you should be in the lanes as well. Pro Buybacks, you should be in the lanes as well. Ryan O'Connor, dial 459 left side, and Judson Shoup, dial 475. Winlight O'Connor 17 and dead on 1, lays down 18 total. Shoot 15, take 5 to be 2,000 or had to take 3 or less. Dustin Hinch's left side, dial 484, take on Leroy Duran, dial 489. Leroy 10, take 10 to be dead on 2, lays down 12 total. Dustin 11 and 1 above 1, no good. Amelia Hinches left side, dial 472, take on Bree Bandamere Herman, dial 455. Amelia is 007, 3,000. Bree Bandamere going to move on. Jared Learcamp, dial 455, taking on RJ Torres, dial 501. Missing 2 doubles, need you back now. Missing 2 doubles, need you back now. Missing 2 doubles, need you back now. RJ 35, take 5 to be 1 above. Learcamp 20, 3 above, no good. Greg Richardson, dial 461, get on Sammy Franco the 4th, dial 522. Win light, give it to Sammy, 20, get there first, 33 to be 1 above. Christensen, 19, 4 above. No good, Sammy Franco, gonna move on. Win light, Riley, 21, get there first, 31 to be 5 over. Weaver was late and dead on, no good. Tom Maliki left side, dial 447, take on Alonzo Sanchez, dial 488. Win light goes to Tom, 25 and 3 over. Alonzo comes to rest about 200 feet down the racetrack, and I think we potentially got a cleanup here. And we will be down for a moment. We got quite the mess to get cleaned up here. We'll get back in complete round number 1 here shortly. Correction, that was the last pair. So round 1 has been completed. We have pro buybacks will roll out next.
All right, so cleanup complete down there on the racetrack, and we are getting ready to roll into our pro buyback category. So pro buybacks have made their way into the staging lanes. Those racers that were not successful in turning on the win light in round number 1. I'm going to go ahead and take a swing at it now to see if they can get a second opportunity at the Hughes Performance $5,000 purse in the pro category. For those of you that are joining us online on that Bang Shift live feed, again, thank you very much to Chad and his team for making all of that possible. Being out here and, well, having more of the outside role as far as bringing the broadcast to you. So with our pro buybacks getting ready to go, it's going to be interesting. Starting it off with Jeff Ford in the Challenger. Going up against the S10 over on the left side. The S10 dialed in with a 677. Jeff Ford dialed in with a 734, 9 foul. The difference between the reaction time as we are headed down the racetrack. And the win light's going to turn on for Ford. 737 on a 734 dial. After a 30 thou reaction time, the S10 was 39 green and goes 684 on a 677 as Mike Stewart rolls up in his Camaro. And I'm not sure if it's Colin or Richard behind the wheel of the baby blue Nova over on the right side this time. I think it might be Colin Poist. 671 is the dial over in the right lane. Mike Stewart's got the Camaro dialed in at 577. Poist leads the line 53 red. Stewart puts up a perfect reaction time. Perfect to this end of the racetrack. Goes 575 on the 577 to light up the scoreboard left lane. Poist, after being 53 thou red, of course, ends up running dead on the dial. 671 on a 671. So as Charlie German and Darren Taylor roll up, Super Pro door car buybacks. Super Pro door car buybacks. If you are double entering in the buybacks in Super Pro door car, let's get you headed to lanes 3 and 4, please. If you are not double entering in the buybacks, we'll get you over to 7 and 8. Darren Taylor, 611 on a 610. 006 on the tree. And the Nova fights its way back into competition. For Charlie German, a 680 on a 679 dial. After being 028 green is not going to do it. As Stephen Lakey in the Malibu. Coming in to take on the GTO. GTO's dialed in at 770. Lakey dialed in at a 662, and Lakey's already way out in front of the GTO. 665 on the 662 is going to get that done. The GTO is being uncooperative. And that's just not going to work out. So with the Malibu back into the game, once again, Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car for buybacks. If you are double entering into the buyback, let's get you into lanes 3 and 4. If you're single entering into the buyback, we'll get you headed over to lanes 7 and 8, please. That would be good.
I got the logo up there. It's little on the bottom of the screen. Not yet.
So the Vega of Eric Daniels. Going to be rolling in here on the right side. Dialed in with a 660. And looking at into our buyback round. Again, for those of you that are watching live on the live feed, whether you're watching through the bangshift.com or you're watching on youtube.com, whatever it is, remember this is an absolute free live feed thanks to our sponsors, thanks to the folks at RB Components, at Holly, Bang Shift, making this happen for you. Please click the like button. We've got over 540 people watching, only 175 likes so far. Win light's going to go left side, 627 on a 625. 015 green beats the 32 green, and 661 on a 660 for Eric Daniels' car. That's going to bring up Joe Kidd and Monty Beagle. Beagle dialed 587 right lane. Kidd's Outlaw Nova from right here in the Tucson Valley dialed in with a 677. As again, we are into our pro buyback round. Absolutely, Edward. Like, share, subscribe. Do all of it. Subscribe to make sure. By all means, you like this kind of racing. Monty is better on the tree. 37 green and goes 591 on a 587. Taking a 14th stripe to light up the scoreboard out of the right lane. Joe Kidd's car runs 681 on a 677. After a 19th out deficit in reaction time. That is going to bring up Jeremy Plyler. And the Lopez dragster. 543 the dial. For the dragster and a 586 dial for the Nova of Plyler. Again, these are the cars that in round number 1 it didn't work out. It looks like for Lopez it may not work out again. No. Reaction time started with a 1. Plyler, probably not the reaction time he's going to be most proud of, was 88 green, gets 1 above, 587 on a 586. And will get the win light. For Lopez, it was a 113 reaction time and then 555. On that 543 dial. Sean Brewster now rolling up in the altar. Dialed in at 620, going up against the little heavy Chevelle, dialed in at 654. Win light. Gonna belong to Brewster. 12 green to a 133 on the opposite side of the racetrack, and that was pretty much the story in that pair. The 12 light gets it done, 628 on a 620, and Brewster's altered will be back in round number 2 with the rest of the competitors is Dean Cummings. Rolls out of the water box to take on the Nazarena's car. 699 for the Mustang left side. Cummings dialed in at 603. 48 thou was the difference in reaction time as Nazarena's car 003 and then goes 701 on the 699 to get around Cummings. He was 51 green and ends up with a 606 on a 603. And once again, Super Pro door car for the buyback. If you are double entering into the buyback, we need to get you back into lanes 3 and 4, please. Single entered Super Pro door car buybacks. We're getting you into lanes 7 and 8, please. So again, rolling our way through a Hughes Performance Saturday here at Tucson Dragway. Again, remember, if you are wandering around, hanging out, just watching a little drag racing, the concession stand is open and available. We've got the stroke open and available. So if you'd like to swing by and grab any of that, again, we are focusing on our Hughes Performance Saturday. This left lane is going to get back into the game, 8:55 on an, right lane's going to get back in. Runs 7:31 on a 7:15 left lane. 23 thou red. As DeCarlo rolls up. When Camaro over on the right side, going up against Brandon Umberger. Umberger in the Chevette, dialed in at 594. John DeCarlo dialed in at 645. And DeCarlo is in trouble. Umberger in control. 598 on a 594 with 17 green. And gets the win by 18 thousandths of a second down there at the finish line. DeCarlo was 69 green and goes dead on 8. But the dead on 8, not quite. I'm going to get it done against Brandon Umberger. Because if I'm looking right, it looks like it is Diane Burton. Rolling up the Firebird, going up against Matt Hawk. In the Maverick. Better at this end of the racetrack. And a 734 on a 732. We'll put Matt back into round number 2. Diane was down 700. Ends up 32 thou green and runs 3 above the dial. As Denal Reif and C.W. Hofer will be the next 2. Denal in the left lane. Red and black Camaro with a 7.03 second dial, and C.W. We're going to have back-to-back C.W. C.W. Hofer, starting line. C.W. Gordon rolling into the water box. That one's going to be all C.W. Hofer. 29 green and 753 on a 750 as C.W. just pretty much paced Denal Reif through the line. Denal had a 193 reaction time, and C.W. will absolutely take all of that to advance his way back into the game as James Gonzalez and C.W. Gordon be the next 2 in pro. Gonzalez in the Vega, the wagon, dialed 656. Gordon dialed 644 in the Mustang over on the right side. I'm going to say, for those of you that are watching online in the Bank Shift live feed, we are now up to like over 560 people watching at just 192 likes. We haven't even like busted 200 likes. Yesterday we put out kind of the challenge that before we got through like the second round, we could get up to a certain number. I think before we get through the buybacks, if those of you that are watching online help us out, I think we could get to like at least 275 before we get through the buyback round. That's not even 100 more likes, and there's 570 people now watching online. Please, 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 help us out. Absolutely free live feed for those of you that enjoy the sport of bracket racing, and thanks to Chad and his team for making it happen. Let's hit the like button. Let's get those numbers moving up. As Tim O'More waits in the water box, we got Peter Del Guidici. Scott Taylor. Taylor Chevelle dialed 671. Guidici's dialed in at 575. Guidici is going to end up with a 572. Take 39 thou at the stripe to break out and hand the win light back over to Scott. Taylor was 47 green, 1 above. To get the win light in advance. That's going to bring up the Vickers piloted Firebird over on the right side. And the Tim O'More piloted Camaro left side. O'More dialed 583. Vickers car dialed 743. Nice. On necessarily talked about on the racetrack, but nice. The bank shift fans jumped it all the way up to 213. Keep it going. Keep hitting the like button. Keep hitting the subscribe button. 61 green, and on a double breakout, Tim O'Moore ends up 9 thou under the dial. Vickers was 30 thou under the dial. And in the buyback round, I want to say it's Billy McDaniel who's rolling up in the 66. Nova 2 ends up with a competition solo. Was paired up back here in the lanes. Competition wasn't able to get it done, and he'll end up running a 661 on a 665. So 661 on a 665. The Nova gets a second chance at life here on a Saturday. And although it is still a little bit breezy out there, the sun is shining, the sky is clearing up, and the weather's starting to take a turn for the better for us here on a Hughes Performance Saturday. Let's get up Tollsdorf's 330 Ram Charger wagon. Rolling in left side, 650 to Henry's Mustang 655. So Henry Robertson. Henry gets all the advantage he needs at this end of the racetrack. The 0-27 reaction time to Tollsdorf's 141 gives a bunch of real estate to the Mustang, which he makes happen very quickly. 661 on that 655. Henry is moving on to round number 2. I'll bring up Tana Taylor and Tony Marconi. Marconi in the Aero right side. Topless ride dialed in at 6 flat. Tana's dialed in at 661. Away goes Tana. Here comes Tony. The difference is 0.06 of a second. The win light turns on for Tony. Both of them are dead on the dial. Tana's 661 on a 661. She's dead on 8. Tony is 6 flat on a 6 flat. He's dead on 1. Tony was 6 thou better at this end of the racetrack. 7 thou better at that end of the racetrack. And it all adds up to that 13 thousandths of a second margin of victory. That's what I believe is Tatum Marconi behind the wheel of the Coronet. Mark Beeman behind the wheel of the Duster. Tatum 007, 24 thou above the dial. Going to be your winner. Mark was 64 green, goes 688 on a 685, but Marconi nailing it at this end of the racetrack and locking down the opportunity to return. There's John Schur in the Pinto. Going to be the next one to give it a try. So the Pinto's dialed 856. We'll get the head start over the Dodge in the left lane. Once again, final call, Super Pro door car. We should have our double entered buybacks in lanes 3 and 4. Single entered buybacks should be over in lanes 7 and 8. It's a Super Pro door car. If you are buying back, come on down. John Schur off and away in the Pinto, trying to outrun the 732 dial left side. Cannot do it. Schur was 94 on the tree. Had given up 33 thousandths of a second head start. Goes 859 on an 856. To be 18 thou short of turning on the win light. Left lane goes 737 on a 732, and that will take care of that as Richard Llewellyn now rolling up the Nova right side. 670 is the dial, going up against the 717 for the Vega left side. 673 on a 670. Taking a 9 thou stripe, gets the win light. And we'll advance. Once again, Super Pro last chance, Super Pro door car. If you're double enter in the buyback, you should be in 3 and 4. Single enter in the buyback, you should be in 7 and 8. We are on a Hughes Performance Saturday, and yep, the chat bleachers doing their job. Again, remember, if you are out here kind of, whether you're chilling in the grandstands, whether you're hanging out back in the pit area, even if you're up here trackside, you could turn into that Bang Shift live feed. Go to YouTube. You can look up Southwest Showdown. You can look up Bang Shift. You can look up whatever you want. But they've got the live chat going. They've got the multi-camera coverage going. Again, thank you so much to Blue Span, to Holly, to Bang Shift, Kid Performance and Dyno, Hughes Performance, RB Components. All making it happen is our Super Pro door cars. Roll up into the water box. And for those of you that are in the chat bleachers, we're almost there. Almost there. We're looking for at least 275 likes before we get done with the buyback round. And we jumped from like, what, 170 all the way up into 231? Just that quick. So again, down in the corner of your live feed, look for that white thumbs up, or look for the, what would be a thumbs up outline. Hit it, it'll turn white. That means you've liked the feed. And we go 2 more. Popping in real quick. It's Faustino Zaragoza. The Vega rolling up, dialed in at 632. Camaro over to the right side, dialed at 554. Difference is 7/1000ths of a second at this end, and the wind light turns on right lane. 556 and a 554 with 17 green. Faustino had a 24 thou reaction time, and then goes 636 on a 632. Faustino's done. Camaro's coming back in round number 2 as Ryan Wilson can wheel. Wilson, again, has been, well, at least last night and this morning for that first run, Wilson's car was doing something funny. He'd leave the line. It would sputter and hop. And then it would just argue with him. Like the entire way down the racetrack, just argue with him. Round number 1, in his second entry, the car started to come back around. We'll see if it comes around this time against Ken's Wheels. Wheels down 592, Wilson's down 539, and a dead-on 2 margin between Ken Suio and Ryan Wilson was 1/10,000th of a second. Suio 21 green, Wilson 24 green. Suio's dead 5, Wilson's dead 2, and a 1/10,000th of a second margin of victory. Oof. Win light goes to Wilson. It's going to ring up Quintero in the Camaro and Robin Croton in the GTX. The GTX dialed in at 539. Quintero dialed in at 611. And a 007 red start for Quintero. Croton in the GTX is back in. 539 on a 539. 31 and dead on 1 for Robin. To be 32 thou total. So last chance Super Pro door car. If you're going to buy back, you should be in the lanes. Last chance Super Pro door car. If you're going to buy back, you need to be in the staging lanes. We are looking for Super Pro dragster buyback. Super Pro dragster buyback. Let's get you headed into the lanes, please. Travis Woodson going up against Ron Taylor. Taylor 001, dead 5 is 6th out total in the blacked out Nova. Right. Wow. 001 dead 5. 6 total. Rod Taylor down the right side of the racetrack. All right, we're getting closer to that 275 goal. Bank Shift live feed, let's make it happen. Up to 244 likes. We just need what, 31 more? Come on. Hit the button. Push the button. Pete Hole going up against Tom Scola. The Mustang is in trouble like bad. Like bad. 177 was reaction time out of the right lane. Hole 005 and goes 677 on a 673 to grab that win light. As Luis Valenzuela rolls up now in at a 554 out of the right lane, taking on the orange Camaro 645 on a 640. Not gonna work. As he goes 645 on a 640. Luis 557 on a 554 was 12th out green and lights up the scoreboard as Hector Hernandez rolls up in the Fox-bodied Mustang. 597 is the dial left side to the 573 dial over the right, and we are 13th out red out of the right lane. Win light to Hernandez, 601 on a 597. And it's moving on. Alex Sandin now. Coming up in the Duster over in the left lane. So with a 584 dial left side going up against the 642 dial. For the Malibu in the left lane. .584.0 on a 584.0 for Alex. 56 green. Gets off the line before the 63 thou reaction time right side. He goes 643 on a 642, but Sandin dead on 0 gets the win light as Karen Schneider going to be coming up to take on Andrew Jaramillo. Jaramillo 585 is the dial. Karen Schneider 539 is the dial. 0.02 of a second the difference in reaction time. Win light to Jaramillo. Jaramillo 30 green and 586 on a 585. Gets the win light by 13 thousandths of a second. Karen was 28 green and goes 541 on a 539. And that is going to bring up Brad Pierce in the Corvette, right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 638. So the beefy Nova. Dude, that thing got up on the chip. Everybody stuck their fingers in the air. Unfortunately, a 309 in reaction time is not going to get it done against Brad Pierce. Pierce 19 green. And then 641. On a 638. So the win light to Pierce as Jeremy Jacobs rolls up in the Savoy. A 576 dial shows up on the scoreboard. Right hand side going up against the black on gold. 67 Nova, 629. Going to be the dial in out of the left lane. 6,000 difference in reaction time. Advantage to Jeremy, win light to the Nova. By 8 thousandths of a second, the Nova's able to slip by at the finish line, going dead on to 28 dead 2. Is 30 thou total. Jeremy was 22 green and 16 thou above to be 38 thou total and come up without a win light as we bring on the full tilt buggy versus the Ranchero. Again, if you have not yet taken the opportunity to roll down through the pits and just take a close look at what's up with the Ranchero. Again, they chopped 7 inches off the front, 17 inches off of the back. So it kind of gives it more of that Falcon look, but they've still got the hard top over the bed. Beautiful airbrush work on that car. Dialed in at 567, so Zimmerman over out of the right lane. Red light start for the Ranchero. By 4 thousandths of a second, the buggy 002 green and 625 on a 627. And there you go. That'll bring up Bill Bollock. And Jake Swagger. So with Swagger dialed in at 529. Bollock dialed in at 592. We're going to see what the GTO can do against the Camaro. Red light start for Bollock by 88 thousandths of a second and then ends up dead on 8. Different pair, same old story, red and dead on. The GTO, 529 was the dial, ends up 35 green and goes one above, 530 on a 529. Double trouble Dan Riem. Checking in the chat bleachers. I'm thinking the same thing, man. You're right there in Kingman. I was in Vegas last weekend at Muscle Cars at the Strip. I'm here. You should come down and hang out with us too. .629 on a 625 out of the left lane was 14 green, gets the win light over the Monte Carlo, which was 63 green, and then goes 670 on a 677. That's going to bring up the Lumina. Dialed in with a 589 and Beto. Beto in the Nissan 240 SX. That car is, it's just neat. It's unique. It's neat. It's one of those that several people up here in the Tower Hall said, yeah, I'd love to have that. What? I will take care of that, Mr. Chad. Beto 005 red, it bows out. Left lane 004 red, goes 589 on a 589. Hey, so racers, your attention please. actually race fans, whoever it is, somebody has essentially left their vehicle at the fence locked up, and you have a really sensitive alarm. Every time the cars go by, the alarm goes off. So we would love it if you've got your car locked, parked up against the fence down there, if you could either A, come disable your alarm, B, shut off the alarm, or just something. Jeff Jones goes red by 23 thousandths of a second, and then runs 610 on a 614. Daniels, 667 on a 666 after being 10 green. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. Just one-off type cars are pretty darn cool, but yeah, so if you're the one that left your vehicle locked up against the fence and the alarm keeps going off, everybody else that's down there would be so grateful if we could somehow get that alarm to turn off. We appreciate that. Thank you. And for those that let me know about it, let me know when we get the situation rectified. Please, 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 please. Sally's asking for where's the light. I think you got to go out of the full screen mode, then you can light it. Wind line left side, 624 and a 623. After being 17 green, as Don Toya rolls up in the Roadster. All right, we're at 256 likes. I know we can get to 275. We're not even into like dragsters yet for the buyback. We have called dragsters into the lanes though. So buyback dragsters, you have been called into the staging lanes. Buyback dragsters, you have been called into the staging lanes. I think it's Billy McDaniel in the Nova. Yes, please. You're hungry. Don in control. With a 32 thou advantage at this end of the racetrack, Don Toya is 004. Goes 534 and a 533. Winner. McDaniel was 36 green and goes 659 on a 660. That's going to bring up Skylar Barichko. Going up against Mr. Hernandez. Barichko goes red by 2 thousandths of a second. And Hernandez on a 601 dial is going to run 590. Wind light was on. Might as well just leg her out. 22 green. And then that left lane scoreboard lights up. We'll bring up Scott Taylor. Quintero left side, dialed 610. Taylor right side, dialed 671. Ryan Wilson and Darren Taylor. Wilson's Camaro. Now 539 goes 540. It's going to be Darren Taylor. 003 and 11th thou above is 14 total. And what is going on? That's interesting. Let's just leave it at that. It's interesting. But with our Super Pro door car buybacks just about done, we are 4 away from our goal in the chat bleachers. We need 4 more to get to 275 likes. I really think we can get beyond that, especially since we've got 620 people that are actually watching, or if we want to say 620 devices, however you want to say it. But as our first transitioning pair, Tony Marconi gets the win line. 17 green and then 597 on a 597. He's dead 7 after being 17 green. The dragster is 44 green and dead on 1. So a 45 pack, not going to get it done. I believe it's this JR Chase Learcamp. Rolls up left side. Puts 465. Up on the scoreboard. Victoria Christensen rolling up left side or right side. Also dialed in at 465. Well, the wing light's going to turn on. Left side. 18 to a 008. And then dead on left side of the racetrack. So Christensen comes up a little bit short as Blake Johnson. Rolls up right side. As the dragsters begin to decide amongst themselves. There we go. 282. Thank you very much for our Bank Shift Live feed audience. Getting those likes up there where they should be. We have surpassed the 275 mark, but please feel free to keep it going. I mean, if we can, 621 people that are watching, get those way up there so that we get this thing where it should be. I mean, I honestly believe if you got like 600 people watching, we should have 600 likes. Because it doesn't take much to do it. Red light start. For Blake Johnson by 0.003 of a second. Goes 474 on the 472. Left lane is at 39 green and 468 on a 467 as it's Bubba. That's what I say, Bubba. Going up against Ren Hunt. So with the 510 dial right side and a 532 dial left side. Dial separate them in reaction time, and it's going to be a 532 on a 532. 8 dead, 9. Gets the win line for Bubba. Out of the left lane. We're 29 green and 3 above. Out of the right side is Jeremy Weaver. Backing up for the burnout over to the right. So a 457 to a 463, those are the 2 dial-ins showing up on the scoreboard. As we continue to roll through, once again, Super Pro Dragster, if you are going to be buying back, if you are buying back in Super Pro Dragster, you should be in the staging lanes, please. Oh, we are so close to 300. So close to 300 likes. Red flag start for Weaver. By 23 thousandths of a second, Jeremy. Oh, Jeremy. The red and dead on story. Red and dead 0 this time for Jeremy Weaver. Ends up giving that one away. 40 green and 465 on a 463. Out of the left lane as we will bring up Lane Ingo. And Greg Hicks. Hicks, who was borrowing Dawson's car, trying to get it done against Lane. Lane down 472. Greg, otherwise known as Hef, or Hollywood. 3,000 difference in reaction time. Whack of the throttle at the finish line, and I think Hicks gave it back. He was 14 and 470 on a 469. Lane Ingo was 11 and dead 0. There was nothing Hicks could have done. 472 on a 472. 11 dead 0 is 11 total. Hicks was 14 green and not going to work as Grant Drury. Going to bring the dragster up here on the left side, dialed in at 4.81 seconds. All right, we're just 2 away. 2 away from hitting that 300 like mark, which would put us still a little bit shy of 50%. And I'm not picking on anybody, but you guys know the grading scale at school, right? Like anything above 90% is an A, 80% is a B. Right now, we're still below 50% as far as the likes go. Now we've got 301. We're almost to 50%. Almost. 6,000 separatum in reaction time. Drury trying to light up the board. 481.1 by 2 thousandths of a second. Turns on the win light. So with a 26 dead 1 is 27 thou total. 29 thou pack. Over on the right side. And that is going to bring up Nacho Rivera. Nacho. Out of the right side. One of the competitors on the Mexican side. For those of you that have been listening along with us on the live feed and joining in here on property for a while, you know, we've had quite a mix, right? 3 different countries have been represented here at the Southwest Showdown. Canada, United States, and Mexico. 14 different states we've had racers show up from. And Nacho gets the win light. So Viva la Nacho. By 1 thou, he's under 493 on a 494. Moving on to round number 3. Left lane was under by 3 thou, was 57 green, and that's going to bring up Judd Shoup. Judd out of the right lane. 475 down to a 43 over on the, Judd out of the right lane. 475 down. Going up against the 483. AJ to bring you up to speed as 2 thou separated at this end of the racetrack. Win light turns on for Shoup. 16 dead 1. Take 5 thou at the stripe for the victory. But to catch you up yesterday, we were able to get pretty much the majority of the way through round number 3. And then we basically ran out of time, ran out of weather. We'll call it that. We just ran out of the racing conditions that we needed. So yesterday's Kid Performance and Dyno race was put on hold, and the plan is to resume that upon completion of today's Hughes Performance race. So we are focusing on the Hughes Performance race. We're in the buyback round for that. Dustin Henches goes up against Stewart. Stewart down 496. Henches goes 489 on a 485. after being 26 green. Stewart 81 green and 498 on a 496. So we are certainly looking at getting that completed tonight. Our primary and like 100% focus is on getting the main events in. So we will get today's Hughes Performance race finished up. Then we will resume right where we left off. And that's kind of the plan. So Marco and Amelia down 476. Marco Peravalares gets it done on a double breakout. Marco was 22 green. Amelia had a 13 thou reaction time, but ends up running 474 on a 476. Marco 456.9 on a 457. He's under by 1 thou. Amelia's under by 12 thou. Win light belongs to Marco. As Daniel Slate rolls in, dialed up with a 517 out of the left side of the racetrack. Mr. Scholl in one of the TNT cars dialed 444. Right down here. 4,000 separated in reaction time. Wind light turns on left side. 34 dead 2. 444 on a 444. I feel like saying 444 on a 444. I'm doing like a accident injury attorney commercial. Call 444-4444 for more money. It's just kind of what it feels like, right? You can dial 444-4444 for your defense. I don't know, maybe that's a good number for a bail bondsman. I feel like that's a number most people could remember. Kurt Reif and Tristan Craig. Tristan, right side. Got a 517 number showing up on the board, and Kurt's got a 524 number showing up on the board. Once again, dragsters for the buyback, dragsters for the buyback. If you are looking for the opportunity to race your way back in for $15,000, let's make it happen. Ooh, bank shifters. We are like one away from breaking the 50% mark. Red and white start for Tristan Craig. 45 green and 515 down the racetrack. So 45 green turns on a scoreboard for Tristan. As to make it even worse for Kurt, let's see. You guys can probably imagine. He was red, dialed 524, and runs 524.0. Blah. Blah. That's just not cool. Just not cool. Val Torres Jr. over to right side, down 467. Has the advantage at this end of the racetrack in a 468. On that 467 will get him a win light. 14 and 1 above by 7 thou. Gets to the stripe first to turn on the scoreboard. I'll bring up Larry Richardson. Who is dialed in at 494 in the dragster, the shorty ride coming in all the way out of North Dakota. So Again, looking at what we've had out here so far, unless there's one that I'm missing. We have had representatives from Texas, Arizona, California, Nevada, Oregon. We've got that 1,000 difference in reaction time. 004 to a 003, and the wind light turns on left side by 0.003 of a second. The right out of North Dakota, 003, 3 above is your winner versus 004, 3 above. Ugh. Ugh. Larry Richardson. Not quite going to get that job done. Mark Darso. Mark left side, dialed 506. The drag strip in the right lane, dialed 475. And again, let's see here. We're talking about Texas, Arizona, California, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, Colorado, New Mexico. So, I mean, like the Arizona, California, Nevada, New Mexico, all of those kind of make sense, right? Oh, you know what? There is one. There is another one that I forgot. Utah. We got plenty of Utah. So we're at 15 states. Wind light right side, 25 green, and 478 on a 475. Beats a 42 green and 510 on a 506. Neil Pressimone going to try to fight and claw his way back in here. So again, of the states that are, you know, adjacent to Arizona, we've got California, Nevada, New Mexico covered. But then you added Texas, Oregon, Washington, Colorado, Montana. We've had racers from as far away as Wisconsin, Minnesota, Oklahoma, North Dakota, South Dakota, Tennessee, and Utah. And of course, 3 different countries. Chris, I think you've done a good job. The word is out. This is a great race to show up at. 505 to a 523. Neil's dialed 505. Dude, so as we're continuing on through the buyback round, I don't know if Chris, I know he kind of pays attention to what's being said, but I think whenever on the mic, he really doesn't care. He's just like, yeah, whatever you say doesn't have a lot of value anyway, so I'm going to focus on more important things. Do you realize your race this year has representatives from 15 different states that we've counted so far, and 3 countries? That's pretty cool. That says a lot about your program, man.
Just a little side note. 20 on Saturday at 321. We were at 322 yesterday.
Biggest so far. Dude, 482 on a 481 wind light after being 19 thou green. You're right, Troy. We still need somebody from Eastconsin, but they need to create that state first. If somebody wants to break away and create the great state of Wisconsin, go ahead. But, yeah, I mean, we're up to 15 different states, as far away as freaking Wisconsin, Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. You are truly an international promoter. Yeah, you've hit status. You're like in now. What was it, the blue check? Was that the meta verified thing or whatever? I can't remember. Oh, holy crap, Randy, you're right. 16 states. Idaho. I don't know how we keep missing a few, but 500 on a 499. I believe that was Brian Cam down the left side of the racetrack. So Chris was just telling me what the biggest event you ever had was 2021, and it was 321 cars, or 321 entries. Yesterday, on Friday, you went 322.
Yes, sir.
So you surpassed Saturday, the big day, on Friday, and we're going to have a few more than that here today.
Pretty awesome.
This is cool. So for those of you that are chilling at home, wishing that you would have made the drive down here, just put it on your calendar for next year. I don't know that they've officially announced dates or locked anything in yet, but it'll be right about the same time frame. So just block out like the first part of March.
We decided we're going to announce one date, but then treat Mother Nature.
That's right. That's right. We did talk about that this morning, that because Mother Nature seems to find out when the date is, when the flyer comes out, plan on it either being the week before or the week after. Just so Mother Nature doesn't know we're here. But even with the weather challenges, this is a fantastic event. It's just spectacular. Last call. Once again, dragsters, if you are thinking about buying back and have not just yet, make sure you get into the staging lanes. How about 457-1 on a 457? And although we've talked about, you know, what a spectacular job that Chris has done, we all know that Chris can't do it without his way better half. Megan's helping him out big time. She handles all of the paperwork and the finance and everything. And Chris has gotten to the point where he's hired in all these people that when he shows up, they're like, dude, just go away. Let me do my job. You told me what job you wanted me to do. Just go. Just go. So again, continuing on through our buyback round here in Super Pro Dragster, 0-0-2-0-18, and with a 16 thou split at this end of the racetrack, left lane or right lane lights up the board. 17 thou total. 15 thou above the dial, 0-0-2 on the tree, and a 7 thou margin of victory. Is that Maliki? Huh? It's Luke Makovic, and I remember, like, unfortunately what I don't remember is they told me how to say it, but we had, I think it's Makovica or Makovica. I think it's Makovica. He's got a little Yellowstone drag strip represented here. Did we put Wyoming on here? I'm going to have to double check. No, that's Wisconsin. We might have another state in there. We'll have to double check to see if Wyoming's on the list. Oh man, we are getting close to the end of Super Pro buyback. And I know we're getting close to the end of the buybacks because it is time to call Pro round number 2. Pro round number 2. Let's get our double entered Pro round number 2 to lanes 3 and 4. Pro double entered. Round number 2 to lanes 3 and 4. I think we're calling the rest of you to 5 and 6. So Pro double entered cars, let's get you headed this way for round number 2. A Pro round number 2. To the lanes, please. Red light start right side. And then 46 on a, so excuse me, a 456 on a 454. So with us being pretty much done with Super Pro buyback, or at least probably gonna get what we gonna get. Y'all gonna get. We got 608 people watching online right now, at least from what I can see, right? Like my screen may not be completely updated. We're over 50%. All right, we are officially into the F range. We keep pushing that. As far as the like buttons are concerned, we might get a passing grade by the time the day is over. So let's make this a group effort. Everybody that's already hit the like button, 315 of you, You're awesome. You rock. You have passed the class. If you are joining in, make sure you hit that like button. Better yet, make sure you subscribe to Bang Shift Video. And remember, each day, even if you're like, oh, I was in here yesterday and I hit the like button, it's new each day. Right? So it's new each day, the new live feed. You want to make sure that you hit the like button each day that you roll in. So if you haven't hit it yet, hit it now. 003 red, left side. And again, our buyback rounds kind of run in a separate category. So while we do know several of the drivers' names, we're going to keep pushing our way through, but 321 likes, we're getting there. Of course, we've dropped down to 596 that are liking it, so now we're going to be grading on a curve, which is fine. We'll totally grade on a curve. In order to get into the D range, I just did the math based on what we have right now, right? 596 people are liking us or watching us times 60%. We need to get to 357. If we get to 357, we have a D in the class. We're doing good. We're almost getting a participation trophy. 4 fouls separate a 002 to a 006. How about 4 total down the left side of the racetrack? 002 dead 2. You got a 006 reaction time and nowhere to go. You got squat. That's all. That's all. We'll continue our way through Super Pro buyback. Once again, Pro round number 2. Pro round number 2. We are looking for our double entered cars. If you are still double entered in Pro round number 2, need you to lanes 3 and 4. If you are single entered, make your way back there as well. So we're going to have Tana up here for a moment. Monty Beagle should be headed up here to the tower. Mr. Monty. I'm not asking for the full Monty. I'm just asking for you. Just you. If you could come up here and join us in the tower here. Thank you. You got a good name there, Nate. Sorry I've tarnished it and ruined the reputation for anybody else named Nate. But if you are rolling around with the name Nate, don't admit that you know me. Because that'll ruin it for you. We are so close to getting a D in the class. So close. 332, we need to get to 357. We'll just call it like 360, because we get to 360, even as the number goes up and down, we're going to stay in that. At least it's not an F, right? At least it's not an F. Let's chase here again. 003 and 475 on a 473 gets the win light. Up against that 24, and then 455 on a 454. So Mr. Monty Beagle, if you've got time, go ahead and come on up here and join us in the tower, please. Mr. Monty, that'd be good. We would appreciate having you here. We would. So Mark Kidd, the proprietor at Kidd Performance and Dyno, our day sponsor on Friday. Again, Kidd has been a big part of bracket racing on the West Coast, especially this big buck bracket racing. He is dialed in at 470 in that left lane car, trying to get around a 468 over on the right side. And Kidd has the advantage, 470 on a 470. How about 6 total for Mark Kidd? Mark 003 takes 16 down with the stripe to be dead on 3. Puts up a 6-pack. 14 thou was the reaction time over on the right side. Dead on 8 wasn't going to make a difference. I'll bring up, I believe it's Gabriel Hernandez. Right? That guy. Dial 481. So again, if you are in pro round number 2 and have not yet made your way back to the staging lanes, we ask that you would please be there. We appreciate it. 24 thou the difference in reaction time. Wind light goes left side. 491 on a 481. It's their first by 62 thousandths of a second. Yes, HAF is for fantastic. Which we weren't even at that point yet. Like we were. I don't know. I mean, if you were to go beyond F and get into like G, we were into the gruesome range. But F is for fantastic. D would be for like dynamite. We're climbing though. We are climbing fast. 336 likes so far, 615 people watching. We are trying to wrap up our Super Pro Dragster buybacks. We got Pro round number 2. Rolling up into the stage lanes. 465 on a 465. 005 to a 006. Those were the reaction times down here. So Jason Dawson rolling up left side. Dialed in at 464. Trying to see if he can keep the car in competition here today, and he will. Leaving second is 004 red, goes dead on 9, Jason Dawson. Turns on the scoreboard. The 483 dial ended up running dead on 4, but was 26 thou. Early at this end of the racetrack is, Jeremy Weaver. Going to try to race his way back in. His first attempt was less than successful. Trying to make it a little bit more successful this time. G. Michael. Oh, we got like, again, Dan Ream, G. Michael. So many of the regulars hanging out in the house. 461 on a 458 going to be good enough for Jeremy Weaver this time. Was 15 green and take 3 thou at the stripe. And we got like, man, we've got a family fight that is about to take place. So kind of a good news, bad news scenario, right? You got Dustin, you got Amelia. Both with the last name Hinches. Good news, one of them will be going back into round number 2. Bad news, one of them won't. So we'll see what happens. Dustin let go pretty quick. Amelia, 19 green, and then goes 473 on a 474. So I think that puts Amelia back in as, what are you going to have, Race Kid? going to get things done. So our final pair here in the buyback round, before we get into pro round number 2, we will essentially, it's like your last chance at the bogey. Race King grabs himself 0.03 of a second advantage and goes 477 on a 475. That wraps up the buyback round. We are getting ready to roll into pro round number 2. And with us getting ready to roll into pro round number 2, we are not going to need very long, as we don't have to do the same track prep that we needed to do yesterday between the buyback round and round number 2. All right, we are getting ready to roll into round number 2 here at the Southwest Showdown on a Hughes Performance Saturday. The weather has been way more cooperative than it's been over the last couple of days, and we are making some pretty good headway here. Again, we are going to wrap up and crown our winners in the Hughes Performance Saturday. Then we are going to continue on and crown our winners in a Kid Performance Friday. But before we continue on, we would like to stop and to take a moment and start the way that every day should be started, with a moment of prayer and with our national anthem. So for those of you that are joining us online, those of you that are here on property, if you can, please rise and remove your caps as we celebrate the fantastic country that we live in, and we celebrate the great Lord above who has given us the opportunity to be here. Here to provide our invocation today, please welcome one of our racers, Mr. Monty Beagle.
Thank you, Nate. And Father God, we just want to thank you for the beautiful sunshine that we're getting here so that we can race and enjoy this day. What an honor and a privilege it is to come before you and invite you into this race weekend. We are not asking for win lights, not for fame, not for perfect time slips, but that by grace you would protect our racers and their families, as well as the staff and everyone else involved here. I guess for the dumb mistakes we make, and remind us to honor our fellow racers. Please bless this track, the Forsyth family today. Thank you for this privilege to be here and to compete. And these things we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Monty. We appreciate you coming up here to do that. And as we get ready for our national anthem, one of the cool things, we have got representatives from 17 different states that have made their way here, as well as 3 different countries. You know, as we live here on the North American continent, we share this with our Canadian neighbors, our Mexican neighbors, and we are all blessed to have the opportunity to come together here in this country. As we listen to the words of our national anthem, let us please keep in our hearts and minds the men and women of our United States military service who have gone before and those who are currently serving as they protect our freedom. Let us honor them, and let us especially honor those who have given their lives to defend this great nation. Here for our national anthem, once again, please welcome Tana Taylor.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, see, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much, Tana. Once again, beautiful as always. We are getting into round number 2 for our pro category. Again, last chance, last call, pro round number 2. If you have not yet made your way into the staging lanes, you need to be there now. What are you up to? 348 likes, 624 people watching. We're getting close. Getting close to having a D instead of an F. We're almost to 60%. Paul Lorton and Darren Taylor gonna start things off in pro round number 2. So with Taylor in the Nova dialed in at 610, Lorton in the Vega dialed in at 626. It's game on. It's slightly different, right? After the buyback round, because you no longer have a chance to say, well, if it doesn't work, I can buy back. Right, at this point, if it doesn't work, you basically will spend the rest of the day on the sideline. Darren Taylor trying to make it work on that 610 dial in the Nova. He's 008 and dead on 3 to be 11 total here in round number 2. 008 dead 3 gets him to the stripe first by 21 thousandths of a second. Paul Lorton in the Vega was 34 green and had no chance at turning on the scoreboard as Denny Valvo in the 72 Chevelle rolls up. And speaking of those that, you know, have defended our country, Denny actually served in 1969 and 1970 out in Vietnam. Dialed in at 599. Out of Albuquerque, 575 was the dial for Mike, 599 on a 599 for Denny Valvo. Denny, 56 green, dead 8. To be 21 thousandths of a second ahead down at the finish line. We'll ring up Sasha Hofer and Ken Passerby. Passerby, left side, dialed 693. Sasha Hofer, right side in the Firebird, dialed in at 751. Speaking of racers that are no strangers to being around late in the evening here at this event, Sasha happens to be one of those. 751 is what she is trying to get done, and she is 008 red. Sasha got a little antsy on the starting line, ends up with a 750 on a 751. Ken Passerby, 23 green, and 686 on a 693. Win light to Ken. Moving on to round number 3 is Scott Taylor and Kevin Smania. Taylor's in the Chevelle. Smania's in the pickup truck. This is a home game for Kevin. Based right here in Tucson, Arizona. Scott Taylor gets the win line. Kevin Smania gets bit. Smania ends up with a 631 on a 631 after being 31 thou red. He was leaving second and goes redderer, more offensively red than Scott Taylor. Scott leaving first was 007 red, goes 672 on a 670. As now Alvaro Montijo, I'm thinking. But Montijo in the BMW. 730 is the dial versus Jeff Ford's 734. So a 400 split between the BMW and the Challenger. And Troy, I'm going to agree, right? Every round is a final round after this. It could be your final. I mean, unless you're double entered, whatever, right? There's technicalities there, but if you don't light up scoreboard, it's going to be the final round for that entry. That's for sure. Jeff Ford, 26 green and 738 on a 734. He is advancing into round number 3 as Alvaro ends up with a 125 light. Alvaro, 730 on a 730. Puts it dead on the dial for the BMW, but a 1/10 of a second disadvantage at this end of the racetrack. Still left 0.06 of a second disadvantage at that end of the racetrack. And Jeff Ford is able to get back in as Joe Kidd and C.W. Hofer. C dialed 751. Joe Kidd dialed 733. The door cars are fighting and battling and clawing and scratching, calling each other names. CW breaks out 749 on a 751. Take 49 thou at the stripe. And ends up under by 18 thousandths of a second after being 21 green. Joe Kidd, 33 green. 19 thou above, so Joe is green and above. CW was green and under. And the green and under going to cost CW a trip to round number 3 in that entry as Tana Taylor and Robert Hall roll up now. Robert in the Chevelle, Tana in the Mustang, who just provided us our national anthem. That's 662 dial. Going to allow Robert the opportunity to leap off the starting line and then try to keep the nose of the Chevelle out front. Robert left and lunged, lurched, too soon. Robert was 13 red, goes 680 on a 679. Tana, 35 green, and then goes 661 on a 662. Brad Burton coming up now left side, and Carl Geib, which, by the way, happy birthday, Carl. Your friends online are notifying us of all these super secret things about you. Like they're telling us stories from old girlfriends in high school, and maybe not that, but they did tell us it was your birthday. So let's see how happy your birthday can be. We're going to go ahead and give you an opportunity to race a 2-time stock eliminator world champ. Go for it. Get her done. Brad Burton on a 687 dial goes 686 and hands him a birthday present. He gave him a cupcake. Carl was in trouble. Carl had a 50 light to Brad's 026. Carl goes 635 on a 636 to be under by 7 thousandths of a second. Brad Burton got there first, 27 thou to be under by 10 thousandths of a second. And Carl, you got your present. I don't know that I would ask Brad to sign your birthday card, but you got your present. Happy birthday, bud. You're on to round number 3. As Stephen Mang and Ken Tolsdorf going to be up next. Ken in the Dart. Stephen in the Mustang. Stephen follows it away by 6 thousandths of a second. The pressure is on. Then runs 7 flat. Ken, 12 green, 3 above. 610 on a 607. The Dart on to the next round is Luis Ortiz in the Spider-Man mobile. You gotta admit, that is a lot of paint work to get kind of that whole Spidey theme going on. I wonder if his Spidey senses are going to work against Jeff Taylor. If you're in the Spider-Man car, can you sense the fact that the tree's going to drop? You should be able to. Is that how you use a trans brake?
Yeah.
You shoot it with a web?
Yeah.
I don't know. 571 to a 591.
It's like I've been trying to do that since I was like 6 years old. So.
I know. I have yet to be able to get that to like actually do a step. Oh! Jeff Taylor might be handing over some birthday presents. Yeah, dead 4, but was dead late. Ouch. Luis Ortiz, 38 green, 6 hun above the dial. Gets a win light here in round number 2. Jeff Taylor, dead 4, but had a 109 reaction time. And that's going to be painful. One moment you will not want to relive. We'll bring up Brandon Umberger. The little green Chevette out of Grand Junction, Colorado. They call him Big Check Brandon. Because he does look like Happy Gilmore some days. Trying to shove a bunch of big checks into the back of the Chevette. There's not a lot of room in there, by the way. Just in case you know. Richard Llewellyn goes red by a 10. 101 on the red side. 668 on a 670. Umberger, 29 green and 591 on a 593. But the nod goes to Umberger as Gene Milton and Henry Robertson going to pair up. Robertson rolls up, dialed in 655. Milton rolls up, dialed 671. So is Gene like actually a Swiftie? Is he a big time Swiftie fan? We all asked the same question in the tower at the same time. Is that Taylor Swift in the back window? If you put Taylor Swift on one side, where's Kelsey?
They're from Wisconsin. They got to be Packers.
Well, yeah, I guess you could. That would be considered blasphemous, right? If you're from Wisconsin, you have to be a Packers fan, otherwise they eject you from the state. Henry gets the win line on a double breakout. He was 10 green and goes 652 on a 655. Gene was 25 green and 667 on that 661. But yeah, I would honestly think if you live in Wisconsin and followed any team other than the Packers, you would get ejected. Back in the biblical days, they would stone you. In Wisconsin, they would throw cheese at you until you bled out of your eyes. But anyway, so I could see why you wouldn't have Kelsey on there. But that's just the thing. Oh, no. Kyle Fritz and Chris Ditcher, a couple of racers that are used to racing each other down here in this part of the world. And Chris probably knew right away. Probably knew right away when he left the line, like, oh, no. Kyle Fritz was 008, goes 757 on a 755. Chris Citro ends up 772 on a 772 dial. But unfortunately had a reaction time that started with a straight number, which proved to be costly. At great expense was that 7.72 seconds down the racetrack. Probably full of mental anguish. Completely full of mental anguish. Austin Downing now and Scott Burton. Scott in the Cobra Jet, dialed 634. Love the wheelie. Austin Downing. 633 was the dial. Win light goes to Downing. Wow. Scott kind of missed it at the big end. 639 on a 634. Was 33 green. Austin was 30 green as Austin goes 637 on a 633. It was almost one of those like, I don't want the stripe. You take it. You take it. Came down to a 5,000 split. Win light goes to the dragster is Stephen Lakey and Monty Beagle. Beagle, who is the gentleman up here out of High River, Alberta, offered our invocation this morning. We appreciate that. He's dialed in at 589. Lakey dialed in at 657. They are 10 thou apart leaving this end of the racetrack. Wind light's going to go on for Monty. 596 on a 589. He was 18 green. And turns it on, but I'll tell you what. You look at what they're dialing now versus what they're running now. I think I'm not the smartest guy. I'm not, in the words of like Forrest Gump, I'm not a smart man. But I know the weather has changed. I certainly know that the weather has changed. And you know how I know that the weather has changed? I know the weather has changed because my chocolates are melting. It used to be cool out there, and now the sun has come out and it is melting my chocolates. So yeah, it's getting warmer. John Cazzetti dialed in at 639. Brett dialed in at 640. The Spence Mobile coming in out of Walters, Oregon. Going up against John Cazzetti with a 639. Yes! The wheelie wagon carrying the front tires off the starting line and goes 639.5 on a 639. 11 dead 5. His 16th thou total for John Cazzetti. Brett almost had it dialed perfectly as well. 45 was the problem. 45 thou behind the green light. Ends up under 1 thou down at that end of the racetrack, but the wheelie wagon. Moving on to round number 3 is Tony Marconi. And Denny Valvo going to go head to head. Denny's dialed 601 in the Chevelle. It's been the family car for like years and years and years and years and long time. Long time. We didn't talking about like our military rep, Denny and his brother, both. Serving our country. Wind light goes to Denny. Tony Marconi, 008 red. And then 597 on a 596. Volvo 602 on a 601. After being 083 green. Tatum Marconi now coming up against Sasha Hofer. As we start to see a lot of our double-entered cars rolling their way back around here in Pro. So Sasha Hofer gets it done on a double breakout, 749 on a 752. Hey, Super Pro door cars, round number 2. Super Pro door cars, round number 2. Let's get our double entered cars to lanes 3 and 4. Let's get our single entered cars to lanes 5 and 6. So double entered cars to 3 and 4. Single entered cars to lanes 5 and 6. As Tatum Marconi was 35 green and ends up 688 on a 691. That's going to bring up Carlos Ortiz and Brad Burton. Brad dialed 684. Ortiz in the Grand Prix dialed in at 619. I don't think Brad's really happy with what happened in the last round, or in his last matchup. He ends up dead on 0. 6840 on a 6840. Says, I'm not going to let that happen again. 30 green. Gave him 48 thou advantage at this end of the racetrack. Goes dead 0. To get the win by 0.04 of a second. Let's get Super Pro door cars, round number 2. Super Pro door cars, round number 2. If we could get you making your way back this direction, that would be fantastic. It'd just be great. We get double entered into lanes 3 and 4, single entered into lanes 5 and 6. Scott Taylor going up against Matt Hawk. Hawk off the line, chasing down a 730 number. Scott Taylor running him down with a 671. Wind lights going to Hawk. Scott, 56 green, couldn't catch Matt. Matt is 10 behind the green light and goes 18 thou above to be 28 total. Scott Taylor had an 056 reaction time, and that wasn't going to do any good for him as Rob Kalel. Going up against C.W. Hofer. We got all kinds of like superheroes represented here. Wasn't Kal-El like the name of Superman's dad? I think. I don't know. But the Barracuda's dialed at 668. Hofer's dialed 748. Maybe Kal-El was Superman's father. But they're all here. 669 on a 668. No good for the Barracuda. C.W. Hofer. 43 green and 749 on a 748. And that'll bring up Tim O'More and Jeff Ford. So we've got all three U.S. major automakers represented on the starting line with two cars out there. You got Tim O'More in the Camaro for the Chevy folks. You got the Challenger for the Dodge folks, and then you got Jeff's last name for the Ford folks. Why not? Why not? So a 734 to a 582. Getting ready to wrap up pro round number 2. Uh-oh. Not too many times you leave the starting line and go, Tim's in trouble. Not too many times that the win light doesn't turn on Tim's side of the racetrack either. This time it did. Double breakout. Tim was 48 to Jeff's 14. So Tim had some work to do, was able to get that done as he gets down to the finish line and helps push Ford across a little bit too quick. Ford goes 733 on a 734 to break out by 7 thousandths of a second. Tim O'More ends up breaking out by just 3 thousandths of a second and is able to salvage the run as Billy McDaniel and Darren Taylor going to square up this time. McDaniel down 661 in the 66 Chevy. Darren Taylor down 610 in the Nova. 41 down the difference at this end of the racetrack. Darren 002 613 on a 610 is your winner. He gets there first by 33 thousandths of a second. Billy McDaniel 43 green and 2 above. Won't light up a scoreboard, won't get you an invitation into round number 3. It's one of those things where you put up something like that and the company that you're trying to apply for says, well, you've made it through 2 rounds of the interview process. Unfortunately, we will not be asking you back after this. We have found a more qualified candidate to move on. Sean Brewster now. Coming up against Dick Engler. We got about 651 people. 357 likes. We're not doing too bad. I'm gonna give everybody credit there. We're doing okay. Nick Engler 21 green and exactly 1 above, 632 on a 631. Gets himself a win light. Sean Brewster was 18 green. And then ends up taking 23 thou at the stripe to break out by 10 thousandths of a second. So about 646 people watching, 358 likes. We're doing okay. I think let's just keep pushing it. I'm not going to kind of keep hammering on you, but let's keep pushing it. So Tyler, Sally, Chuck Hawk. Chuck dialed 7 flat. Tyler dialed 739. Win light goes to Chuck by 4 thousandths of a second. After a 23 thou reaction time. He's going to get to the stripe first. Tyler Sally, 71 green and dead 3. No good. Larry Cannon and Jeremy Plyler. Well, thank you, G. Michael. I appreciate that, man. That's nice. That's appreciated, sir. Plyler now 586. The orange Nova is with Chevelle Finish line, 5:89 on a 5:89. Plyler. He had the 0:42 reaction time. Barney. You know what? Sometimes I wish we could do that. Jeremy was 42 on the tree. Larry was 44. So it was just a 2 thou split at this end of the racetrack. Larry ends up taking a 34 thou stripe to break out by 4 thousandths of a second. So that'll bring up James Gonzalez in the Vega and Joy Cazzetti in the Joyride. The Sneaky Tiki. Now that's weird. Identical reaction times as the last lap, 42 to a 44. Joy was 42 green. Take 11 thou at the stripe and ends up 596 on a 597. Take 11 to break out by 3 thou. James Gonzalez, 44 green, dead 6. Gets the win light. I would agree. Like, that would be... I don't know if there's a way to do that. Oh, we were just talking about, you know, like incentivizing the chat bleachers to hit the like button. So you tease them a little bit, you turn on the feed, everything's good to go, and then chat puts up those rainbow bars that go across the screen until you get 500 likes. So it's like it's your opportunity to unlock the feed. You can unlock the feed once we get to
Whatever number.
either that or you just turn off the leave the audio on.
Yeah.
And blur the feed, and then when you get to a certain number, then you can watch, you can see what you're...
What if it was turned off unless you like it?
Ooh. That would almost be...
Not penalizing the people.
Yeah, the people who have liked it, that's even better. That's why we keep Ryan around. Like once every 3 years, he comes up with a really good idea. No, that's great. Jeff Taylor goes red. That's not great. By 900ths of a second, the Dakota is done. Robert Hall was 15 green and 680 on a 679, but no, I like that. I mean, it's like you come in here and just one button, one click, one touch, and you can turn the feed on. I don't think YouTube allows you to do that, but anyway. I know you have to subscribe in order to chat. So I think to officially join the chat bleachers and be social, I think you have to be subscribed, right? So Stephen Mang and Brandon Umberger. 3,000 difference in reaction time between the green Chevette and the blue Mustang, and Umberger goes through with 2 in round number 2. 591 on a 592. He's under 9 thousandths of a second, getting there second. Stephen Mang. Under by more, goes 698 on a 702. Mang was better with a 008. Brandon was better with a win light. The win light trumps the better reaction time. Henry Robertson, Austin Downing. We getting into our final pair of pro, I think. In Super Pro Door Car, if you have not yet made your way back into the staging lanes, we need you to be there now, please. Henry Green and Austin Green by plenty. Henry goes 655 on a 655. 22 dead on 6. Henry, I think, also gets through with 2 in round number 2. Austin is 53 green and dead 0. 53 dead 0, and well, thanks for swinging by here in the pro category. So our Super Pro Door Cars, if you are not yet back in the staging lanes, we are going to once again extend an invitation to you to join us back there. And like I said earlier, the weather is definitely getting warmer because, in the words of Forrest Gump, my chocolates are melting. It's getting hot out there. Not hot, but it's definitely hot in this room. I got to figure out the climate control system. Oh, well, that's a problem. Leghorn's got his Easy Bake Oven on high. It's down as, it's not working then. All right, we'll play with that in a minute. Of course, I could always take the sweatshirt off, and that would probably help. All right. We getting down into our Super Pro, round number 2? Oh, it's still Pro. Dude, why are you crushing my dreams?
When I have to get gas,
Sweet.
let me make sure I tag you.
All right, so Monty Beagle. And John Cazzetti. Final pair followed up by the single. Oh. We found out it's like Carl Guy's birthday. We know that one. 590 on a 589 Monty. See what happens when you pray? You can turn on wind lights. 18 green and then one above. Gets the job done against John. That'll bring up our final car, Travis Rutzel, who earned himself a provisional bye by way of a perfect reaction time in round number 1. Also, got himself one of those dialed-in details kits. We got Super Pro door car rolling into the water box. Travis is going to take the solo shot. Just like that. 10 green and looking for 554. Goes 553 with a 1. That is going to do it for Pro. We got all the way through our buyback round and through Pro round number 2. We're getting into Super Pro round number 2. Ryan's found his way back up here. I'm going to find a way to shed this sweatshirt so that I can not be like a Swedish sauna up here. But it's good. It's good. And by the way, Kayla? Is there like a Kayla out there celebrating a birthday as well? Happy birthday. Oh, way up there at the top of the grandstands? Kayla, are you hiding your face now? What are you, Kayla, like 9, 10, 11? Look, you're celebrating your birthday at the racetrack. Happy birthday. Glad to have you here. Win light to Sid Summers.
I'm jealous. I only got to spend like 2 of my birthdays ever at a racetrack. But my birthday's also New Year's Eve. So, kind of hard to do. It's usually really cold.
I hear they do New Year's Eve stuff here.
They do New Year's Eve stuff here. I've not made it to the hangovers. It's on the bucket list.
There you go.
Alex Sandin left side. Out of 582, you're going to take on Dustin Wirtz. Wirtz in the Roadster dialed 524. Wirtz will have the win 25, take 12 to be one above. Alex missed it, put it dead 0, no good. Dustin Wirtz moves on. Ruben Ruiz left side, dialed 635. Take on Sir James Hartnuser. What is it?
Yeah,
Harvickson?
Hardvixen.
Hardvixen.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, yeah. Whoever typed this in got it way wrong. That don't look like Hartvixen at all. Sir James dialed 594. This one's good. 2 fouls separated. Double O's a pair. Win light. Give it to Sir James. How about 5 take 4 to be dead on 5? 10 total. Get their first 4 foul. That is in fact a man lap. Ruben 7 dead, 7 no good. Sir James moves on. Faustino Zaragoza left side. The Vega out 638. Take on Hank Pramov. Pramov out 570. Little Vega on Vega action here in round number 2. But the win light will go to Hank. 47 and a foul under gets the win. Zaragoza 20 take 44 puts him 18 foul under. Hank will move on. Hector Hernandez Jr. left side out at 622. Dig on Sammy Franco. Franco out 555. Also, if you're watching or on the grounds and you or someone that you care about is in the North Alabama area, I want to check on. We've got some real bad storms rolling through there. And words of tornadoes on the ground of all that stuff. So check on your people. Franco will get the win here. 8 dead, 7 turns on the win light as Hernandez was red. Rob Greengrade left side, the Roadster. About 627, taking on Rod Taylor. That's a slick Chevy too. And it's fast on top of it. He's out 517. And Taylor will turn in red. Greengrade 15. And a lot under. We'll move on to round number 3. Jason Pad left side. The Love Truck dialed 618. Got to take on Dave Engler. Engler dialed 666. Pad 4 take 5 to be 2 foul under gets the win. Engler 32. 25 foul under, no good. John McDaniel left side, dialed 590. Get down Andrew Olson, dialed 609. Win line given to Olson, 11, take 20 to be 25 thou under. McDaniel 33 and 27 thou under. No good. Gabriel Hernandez down 592. Get down Ken Swayo down also 592. Winlight Swayo 33. One above gets there a bunch as Hernandez 15 and 8 over. No good. Ruben Quinintero Jr. About 609. They on Daniel McClellan about 556. Daniel is red. Ruben 049 and 7 thou under. Moving on. Aaron Milton left side, dial 592. Could take on Carl Gieb. Birthday boy out 635. Wisconsin versus Minnesota. Round 2 in Tucson, Arizona. I feel like we could have done this a whole lot closer to home. Carl got by on the pro side. See if he can get past Aaron here on the Super Pro side. 7 thou separated. Winlight, give it to Carl. 10 dead, 0. Lays down 10 total to get their first 6 thou. Milton 17 and a thou under. Had no chance. Carl 10 total. Moving on. Paul Lorton left side, out 625. Could take on Luis Valenzuela, out 554. Give a Winlight to Louise. 16 dead 1. Lays up 17 total. Lorton was 001, put it 2 above to get behind 9 thou. Luis moves on. Rodney Snyder left side, out 515. Take on Scott Knockenford. That's what it looks like here. Out 584. Winlight goes Scott there as Patrick Reif left side. About 627. Take on John Tripp, about 640. dead 6, 19 total, moving on. Bill Bollock left side, L592, taking on Brad Pierce, L638. Brad Pierce, 21 dead 7, gets there for a foul. Bollock, 22 and 1 above, no good. Brad Pierce moves on. Left side, Sarah Kidd, dialed 683, taking on her uncle, Joe Kidd. Joe dialed 632. We just got done with this come to Jesus meeting with Sarah about the delay in our delay box and how we probably have too much. And I asked her about 47 times, will you please roll some out? And I think the answer was no. So, we'll see how this 8 miles separated up. Win light, give it to Sarah, 31. Dead 8, gets behind 10 foul. Joe Kidd, 39, take 10, puts him a hunt under. Had to take nothing to have a chance. Sarah Kidd turns on the win light. Nick Downing dialed 534, can take on Mike McBrayer dialed 669. Win line Downing, 30, take 25 to be 1 above. Mike, 27, 4 over, no good. Ryan Wilson left side, out 539, can take on Bill Kidd. Bill in the Don Davis Roadster, out 604. Bill Kidd to win, 40, 5 over, almost 6. To get there first alive, Wilson was late, 4 over, no good. So far, the Kidd family has been 31, 39, and 40 this round. It's got to be in the DNA at this point. Keith Downing left side, dialed 731. You can take on Robin Croton. Croton dialed 539. Give it to Downing, 18, 1 above, gets the win. Croton, 19, take 34 to be 16 foul under. Keith Downing moves on. Andrews Hole left side out at 663. Going to take on Nathaniel Galver. Galver out 672. Under. Moving on. Kyle Fritz left side. About 753. You can take on it. Jake Swigger. The GTO down 529. Wind light will go to Fritz as Jake is red. Joe Cox Jr. left side, about 699, can take on Beto Dominguez. The Nissan, about 619. Separate them in line. How about Joe Cox Jr. 10? And one above turns on the wind light. Dominguez 8 take 25, puts them 7 thou under. Chuck Hawk left side. The Pro Stock S10 down at 499, take on Kevin McClelland. Kevin in the Malibu wagon down 673. Well, McClelland 10 and one above gets their 8 foul. Hawk 40 and 11 thou under, no good. Larry Cannon left side out 614, get down Brittany Hinkle. Hinkle down 705. At this time, we'll make the call for dragsters round number 2. Dragsters round number 2. Doubles to 3 and 4. Once again, we'll take round 2 dragsters, round 2 dragsters. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles, I believe, to 7 and 8. Edgar Hernandez Jr. and Luis Ortiz, Winlight Hernandez, 49 dead 5, gets their first 25 thou. Luis, 45 and 3 above, no good. Ruben Ruiz back around, out 635, take on Andrew Harmilio. About 585. Winlight Andrew, 009 and 2 above. Ruben, 17, take 22 to be a hunt under. Had to take 12 or less. Andrew moves on. Gabriel Torres left side, out 6 flat, take on Don Toya. Toya down 533. Dead 1, 14 total for Don Toya. We'll advance him. Sid Summers dialed at 578. Take on the right side, dialed at 720. Right side, 18 dead 9, gets their first 11 foul. Summers, 33 dead 5, no good. Right side moves on. Rodney Snyder out 515, getting on Scott Taylor out 669. Winlight gives Snyder 15 dead 0, gets their first 21 foul. Taylor 30 dead 6, no good. Rodney Snyder moves on. Aaron Milton. Milton out 591. Tony Marconi in the right, down 597. Win light goes to Milton 22, and one above gets the win. Marconi 9 take 32, puts him 4 thou under. Luis Hull left side, dialed 662, take on Nick Ingles, dialed 631. Win light Hull 4, and one above gets a win. Ingles 31, 2 thou under, no good. Dustin Works out 524, take on Darren Taylor, out 610. Works 36, one above gets there 5 thou. Taylor missed it, 2 thou under, no good. John Tripp dialed 639, take on Andrew Olson, dialed 607. Problems for Tripp, so win light goes to Olson 41 and shuts it down early. So we'll get John off the racing surface. We'll get back into round number 2 of Super Pro door cars. Just about out of our door car side. Got dragsters waiting in the stage lanes. $15,000 to win on the Super Pro side of things here on Hughes Performance Saturday. $5,000 to win on the Pro side. We've already completed round 2 of Pro. well in 5 thou red, Taylor 43. One above, moving on. Hank Pram off left side, out 569. Take on Luis Valenzuela, out 554. Separate a win line. Give to Luis 14 dead 5. Gets their 11th thou. Pram off 10 and 2 above. No good. So we roll into the dragster side. Chase Learcamp down 466. They on Lane Ingo down 472. Ingo 2 thou red, Learcamp 39, dead 7. Will advance. Jerry Hall out 531. Can take on Mitch Marcy out 486. Hall 004, dead 1. Lays down 5 total. Marcy 49. 4th thou under, no good. Darren O'Connor down 473. Get down Bradley Johnson down 476. Winlight Johnson 2 take 30 to be 1 above. O'Connor 31. 1 above, no good. Bradley Johnson will advance. Amelia Hinches left side now 474. Get down Ryan Stifler now 472. Stifler turns it 2 thou red. Amelia 12 and 1 above. Moving on. Rod Belsham dial 456. Take on Jeremy Weaver dial 458. go to Belsham as Weaver is red. Belsham 9 and 23 thou under. Grant Dury left side, down 481. Can take on Gabe Torres, down 480. Gabe, 1 take 6 to be 1 above 2, lays down 13 total. Dury 17, dead 2, no good. Gabe Torres 13 total, moving on. Jeff Taylor left side, down 460, take on Jacob Collins, down 480. Good Jeff, 9 take 0004 to be 4 above. Collins 21 and 2 above, no good. Jeff Taylor 9 take nothing, moves on. Bruce Schroeder left side, out 501, can take on Lucas Makovica, down 502. Lucas 6 take 10 to be 8 over. Bruce was late and 1 above, no good. Mark Kidd left side, marked down 470, take on Daryl Contreras down 472. Darrell 27 and 7th thou under gets a win. Mark Kidd 22 takes 6 to be 8 thou under. Lance Parker down 482, going to take on RJ Torres down 502. Win line goes to RJ, 11 dead 3 as Parker, I believe failed to put the crossover in. Even if that would have been red anyway. So RJ moves on. Mark Campbell, dial 468. Get down Madeline Torres, dial 472. Win line will go to Campbell, 24, one above, get their first 26 foul. Torres, also 24, but 3 above, no good. Paul Dowdy left side, dial 497, take on Tristan Craig. Craig dialed 516. Is a lot late. Tristan 1 foul reds, moves Paul on to next round. Carson Campbell dial 465, take on Travis Keys dial 475. Travis Keys 22 dead 6, gets their 27th foul. Carson a little late and 4th foul under. Ryan O'Connor left side out 460, can take on Adam Chioda. Chioda out 473. RTC, if you're asking about the funny car on top of the starter stand, the body says Los Angeles County Fire Department or Los Angeles City Fire Department. Now, who had it before that? Who knows? But apparently the city of LA to win line, give it to O'Connor. 4 dead, 0, lays down 4 total. Chioda 12, take a foul to be 9 foul under. O'Connor 4 total, moves on. Mark Lalonde left side, dial 516, take on Tina Arend. Arend, dial 466. Wayline Tina 26 and one above gets there first, 37 foul. Mark 31 and 4 over, no good. Jason Pad left side, dial 456, take on Sammy Franco the fourth, dial 522. Jason Pad 13, 2 above, gets their first 26 foul. Franco missed it, put it dead 4, had no chance. Dylan Smith dial 495, take on Logan Shannon dial 511. Winline Logan Shannon 22, dead 3, gets their first 13 foul. Smith 20 and 1 above, no good. Brian Cam dial 5 flat, take on Judson Shoot dial 475. I give it to Shoop 17 dead 0, gets there a foul. Cam 23, 5 foul under, had no chance. Dwayne Ringeth left side, dial 471, taking on Larry Richardson, dial 494. Give it to Ringeth, 1 take 2. That is in fact a man lap. To be 1 above 1, lays down 12 total. Richardson 12 dead 2, 14 total, had no chance. Dwayne moves on. Amory Glimbaki, left side, dial 461. Take on Leroy Duran, dial 489. Give it to Leroy, 9, take 5 to be 1 above. Anne-Marie, 13, 1 above 1. No good. Leroy Duran moves on. Chris Whitfield out 468, can take on Alonzo Sanchez. Hold up. They fixed that thing? It's down 487. To Whitfield, 16 and 1 above gets the win. Alonzo, 33, get there 13 to be 14 thou under. Whitfield moves on. Daryl Wirtz, Tyler Murray sitting in the water box. Works out 452, Merritt out 477. Daryl 000, 2 above, gets their first 2 Hund as Merritt 32, 1 over, no good. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. left side out 481 and Calvin Klinkendinger down 450. Give it to Calvin. 6 take 28 to be dead on 0. Hernandez 8 and 2 above, no good. Kevin Kleinweber 6 total, moving on. Tim O'More at out 504. Getting on Nacho Rivera at out 492. Nacho 15, take 5 to be 2 above. O'More 38, dead 4. Had no chance. Nacho moves on. Travis Ringeth, left side out 459. Then Greg Christensen down 462. Ringeth 2 thou red. Christensen turns on the wind light. Oh, 79 and 5 thou under. Calvin Locke left side down 512. Get down J.R. Learcamp down 457. Learcamp 20, dead 8, gets there 28 thou. Locke was 2 and 5 over, no good. Neil Cressmony left side, down 506, get there on Val Torres. Torres down 476. Wind line, give it to Val. 8 dead 2, lays down 10 total, gets their first 9 thou. Neil, 10 dead 9, no good. He's been 10 total and 19 total, and neither wind light has come on. But 39 up front gets a win in re-entry. But Val Torres, 10 total. Moving on. Rick Marcy out 488, gets on Bree Bandamir Herman out 455. Separate a wind line. Give it to Bree. 26, take a foul to be 2 above. Marcy 14 and 3 over, no good. Michael Scholl left side, dialed 444, taking on Dustin Hinches. Hinches dialed 485. Winlight Hinches 9, take 15 to be dead on 8. Shoal 5 and 2 above. No good. Darren O'Connor dial 474. Can take Marco Pervalares dial 457. Marco 001 and 1 above 2 lays down 13 total. Jason Dawson left side dialed 465. We'll take on Joe Landavazzo dialed 538. Two above. Jeff Taylor dialed 462 in the left, taking on Miss Victoria Christensen dialed 472. Taylor, 4 take 15 to be 2 above. Tori missed it just a tad and puts it a thou under. Pat Marbach left side down 517. Can take on Ryan Stifler down 472. Stifler at the win, 5 take 8 to be 1 above 4. Marbach 22. He had 5, no good. Stifler moves on. Rod Belsham dial 454 can take on Elliot Franco Sr. dial 512. Belsham 17 take 12 to be one above. Franco missed it and put it a hunt under, had no chance. Rod Belsham moves on. Rakes Kid dial 475 and Val Torres Jr. dial 468. Pretty good matchup here in round number 2. Give it to Torres. 15 takes 7 to be dead 5. Kid 19 dead 8, no good. Mark Kid dialed 470 in the left, taking on Riley Learcamp dialed 474 in the right. Camp 6 thou red, Kid 12, 2 thou under. Moving on. Paul Dowdy left side, dial 497, gonna take on Eric Nazarenas, dial 524. This time we'll take round 3 of Pro. Round 3 Pro will take you to lanes. Pro round number 3 will take you to lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. Pro round number 3 will take you to lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. Paul Dowdy is playing with black magic or something at this point. He has had back-to-back reaction times of 200 plus. Both of his opponents have been a thou red. Wild. Paul Dowdy is living right. And he will be doubled in round number 3. Carson Campbell down 464 to Tristan Craig down 515. Wind light, T. Craig 19 takes 6 to be dead on 6. Campbell 20, 1 above, no good. Tristan Craig moving on. Mark Campbell down 468, take on Gabe Torres down 480. Torres 29 takes 17 to be 1 above. Campbell missed it. Put it dead 0. No good. Dylan Smith dialed 494. Got down Mitch Marcy dialed 486. Wind light Smith 9 dead 3 turns on the wind light. Marcy 35. 7th thou under, no good. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. left side, dial 483. Get take on Chase Learcamp, dial 466. Wind light Hernandez 16 dead 8 gets the win. Learcamp 31 take a thou to be 8 thou under. Chris Whitfield out 468. Take on Judson Shoot out 475. Whitfield is a thou already. Shoot 13. Dead 4. Judson Shoot, I do believe, will be doubled next round. Leroy Duran out 490. Can take on Adam Chioda out 472. Wind light Leroy 7 dead 1 lays down 8 total. Chioda 9 take 2 to be 3 thou under. Leroy moves on. RJ Torres dialed 502. Be heads up with Lucas Makovica, also dialed 502. Lucas 9 and a foul under gets the win. RJ 12 take 4 puts him 8 foul under. Lucas moves on. Tyler Murrup dialed 478 took on J.R. Learcamp dialed 457. Tyler 12 dead, 1 gets there first, 24 foul. Learcamp 27, 1 above, no good. Merritt moves on. Sammy Franco the fourth dialed 522. Getting on Chad Axford dialed 509. He'll get the win like 5 and 5 over. Gets the win. Franco late and 16 foul under. Dwayne Ring gets the left side. Dial 471. Getting on Nacho Rivera. Dial 494. Winlight give it to Nacho, 20, 1 above, gets there 7 foul. Ringeth 35, dead 3, no good. Marco Pervalaris out 457 to take on Bree Bandemir Herman out 455. Marco 20. One above gets the win. Bree 11 take 26 to be 2 foul under. Marco moves on. Victoria Christensen and Riley Learcamp. Tori dialed 472. Riley dialed 475. Riley with the win, 3 take 33 to be 9 foul under. Tori 45 and 18 foul under, no good. Riley moves on. Pat Marbach dialed 517 down. Michael Scholl dialed 444. Pat, 8 dead, 3 lays down 11 total. Michael 33 and a foul under, no good. Pat Marbach will be back in round number 3. Got a handful of doubles still getting suited up back there before we complete round number 2. Got a parts call, got a racer in need. We have a race car in the back of the stage lanes, and it needs a jumper box. Race Kid. Race Kid is in need of a jump. He's in the back of the lanes. Race Kid is in need of a jump. He's in the back of the stage lanes. If you can help him, I bet you he'd appreciate it. Once again, Race Kid in need of a jump in the back of the stage lanes. Final call, round 2. Final call, round 2. If you're not here, you are beyond late. Final call, round number 2. If you have not gone down the racetrack, you are beyond late. Final call, round number 2. So we do have a racer that is on the clock trying to get battery charged up enough to make the run. And then looks like we have fire in the pipes. So, last, I believe, 2 pair here in round number 2. Travis Ringeth down 458 in the left, taking on Race Kid. Kid down 475. Give a win light to Ringeth, 17 dead 2, lays down 19 total. Kid 18 take 4, puts him 3 thou under. Had to take a thou or less. Travis Ringeth moving on. Eric Nazarenas left side, dial 525. Down Elliot Franco Sr., dial 512. Franco, 2 dead 6, lays down 8 total. Nazarenas 11 take 3 to be 6 thou under. Elliot Franco move on, and the by-car, Tom Malicki. 10 red, dead 8. And that will conclude Super Pro round number 2. The next thing you'll see is Pro round number 3. Nate Hershey chomping at the bit to tell you all about it here in round 3 of Pro.
So it is round number 3 of Pro. That's all there is to it. That's enough. Ooh. Jump back on the microphone and get started with Scott Taylor and Brandon Umberger as our first pair in Pro, and this should be a whole lot of fun. I mean, kind of as we're watching what's happening. The Chevette dialed in at 592. The Chevelle dialed in at 660. Finish line says the Chevette is moving on to round number 4. Scott Taylor was 008. Brandon Umberger was 10. And Umberger gets to the stripe first by 28 thousandths of a second to be 12 thou above. Taylor ends up with a 672 on a 668. And it's going to be the Jelly Bean making an appearance in round number 4, at least in one entry, is Robert Hall and Denny Valvo. Will be our 2. Valvo Chevelle at a Prescott, dialed 599. Hall's Chevelle at a Pueblo West, dialed 680. So Robert Hall, 681 on a 680, 25 green, margin at the stripe, 2 10,000ths of a second. Denny was 44 green, breaks out by 8 thou, trying to chase him through, as we will take Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. If you're still double entered, let's get you into lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro door car, round number 4, if you are, or excuse me, round number 3. If you are still double entered in round number 3, Super Pro door car, make your way to lanes 3 and 4. Single entered, let's get you headed to lanes 7 and 8, please. So single entered door cars 7 and 8, double entered door cars 3 and 4 for round number 3. Come on down. Jeff Ford, Kyle Fritz, the Firebird versus the Challenger. 752 to 734 were the dials. Ford was 6 thou behind at the hit, goes 733 on a 734, take 4 thou at the stripe to break out by 7 thou. Fritz dead 3 after being 20 on the tree, as Ken Passerby and Darren Taylor roll up now. Ken Passerby lights it red, and then how many times? I should have just started putting hash marks down of how many red and dead on, not red and dead on, but red and dead on 0. 685-0 on a 685 after missing at 24 thou at this end of the racetrack. Darren Taylor 38 green and goes 610 on a 609. Robertson, 658 on a 655. 007 at this end of the racetrack against Joe Kids. 49 thou reaction time. Kid ends up one above, 632 on a 631. But Henry advancing into round number 4 on the pro side of things is Monty Beagle and Jeremy Plyler. Jeremy's Nova, Monty's Ford Coupe. Monty dialed 589, Jeremy dialed 586. Once again, Super Pro door car. Double entered cars for round number 3. Let's get you headed into lanes 3 and 4. Single entered door cars for round number 3. Let's get you headed in lane 7 and 8. Monty away on the green. Jeremy away on the green. Wind light turns on left side. 586 on a 586. Jeremy Plyler, 26 dead 3. Left lane winner. Ends up with a 114 mile an hour run. Monty Beagle was 32 green. Take 4 thou at the stripe to be 7 thou under. So with Luis Ortiz rolling up against Brad Burton. Brad in the left side, Luis on the right. 572, the dial 4. The Spider-Man car. Out of Tucson, and Brad Burton coming in out of Snohomish, Washington. 684. Brad's going to get the head start. Red light start for Luis by 18 thousandths of a second. He trips the trigger too soon. Goes 574 on that 572. Brad Burton, 41 green. And 683 on a 684 out of the left lane. So Brad picking up the win light as Matt Hawk and Carl Geib. Carl out of Montrose up in Minnesota, part of the Minnesota Mafia. That's what I was saying. I was told it's the Minnesota Mafia, don't you know? 635 is the dial for Carl, who is trying to make it a really, really good birthday. Matt Hawk, former track champ here at Tucson Dragway, stands in his way. 728, the dial for the Maverick. Carl goes red. Missed it by a bunch at this end of the racetrack. Goes 633 down on the 635 dial. Left lane winner, Matt Hawk. Ends up 44 green and then goes 726 on the 728. To pick up the nod is Jeremy Jacobs, the Dart out of Whitman, Arizona. Rolls up against Travis Rutzel. The Camaro coming in out of Minnesota as well. So with a 553 dial up there for Travis. Right side and a 744 dial over in the left lane for Jeremy Jacobs. We are off, down, and away. Jeremy is in trouble. Travis is 007 to Jeremy's 040 light. Jeremy tries to leg it through, goes 741 on a 744, but Rutzel following him through, still gets there first by 6 thou. 007 and 552 on a 553 down that right side of the racetrack for Travis. So win light right side is now Tim O'More and Tana Taylor. Going to be next. Tim, the blue Camaro left side, 581 is the dial. For the guy who has parked his car in the winner's circle here at the Showdown before, and Tana Taylor. Again, the one that brings us our national anthem each and every day. Dial in at 661. So if you're still kind of hanging out with us down here, as we set the next pair down the racetrack, Tana with the advantage at this end, and Tana with the win light. Miss Taylor, 25 green, 13 thou above. Right lane winner gets to move on to round number 4 of Pro. Tim O'More, 66 on the tree, and well, it's rare that Tim misses. Tana gets the win light as Tim goes 580 with a 9 on the 581. Tana moving on as Ken Tolsdorf and James Gonzalez. Gonzalez is Vega. Left side of the track this time, dialed 658. Ken in the Dart out of Alberta. Dialed to 609. 1 foul, separate him in reaction time. Ken was 003. James was 002. Tolsdorf in the Dart. 607 on a 609, wins it on a double breakout. James got there first by 19 thousandths of a second. And ends up 32 thou under. Ken Tolsdorf with that 607 gets the win light out of the right side as Sasha Hofer and Chuck Hawk Sr. This will be a good matchup. Chuck in the Mustang dialed 7 flat. Sasha dialed in 751. Once again, Super Pro door car. Doubles, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Singles, we need you to lanes 7 and 8. Lead of the line. Control of this race belongs to Chuck. Win light belongs to Sasha. Chuck Hawk was 007. Sasha had a 34 light. Sasha goes 752 on a 751 following Chuck through the lights. And Sasha's scoreboard lights up as Chuck takes 44th thou at the stripe to break out by 5 thousandths of a second. So win light right lane, Sasha moving on. As Austin Downing and John Cazzette. Cazzetti in the wheelie wagon, 637 the dial for the orange and black 66 long roofed wagon. Going up against Austin Downing's dragster out of Tempe, Arizona. 637 being chased by the 635. Win light to Austin. Right side of the track, scoreboard lights up 634 on a 635. He's under by 2 thou, take 8 thou at the stripe for the win. After the 037 reaction time, John was 58 green and runs 635 on a 637. So the dragster advances as Brandon Umberger has already made his way back around in his double-entered Chevette. Turned on the scoreboard in the first trip down the racetrack this round. It's got Nick Engler coming in out of Minnesota in the Coronet. $8 the difference at this end. And Brandon Umberger turns on the scoreboard one more time. 20, take 12 thou at the stripe. To be under by 18 thou. Nick Engler ends up with a 628 on a 630. And Umberger will advance in the Jelly Bean again. So we have a couple others that we need to get taken care of here. We should have Super Pro for round number 3. Lining up back there. And racers, if I could have your attention, please. While it is quiet, hey, as much as we really wanted to do the bonus races, unfortunately, we just don't see an opportunity that we are going to be able to do those. Again, our focus being here on finishing up today's event, the Hughes Performance, $15,000 to win Saturday in Super Pro, $5,000 to win Saturday in Pro. We've got to go back and finish up the Kid Performance and Dyno Friday night race that the weather didn't allow us to kind of wrap up yesterday, as we just kind of ran out of a raceable window. But unfortunately, as much as we really want to do them, there's just not an opportunity in the future that appears to give us the chance to give those races what they truly deserve. So if you are one of our racers that had already purchased an entry into either the Pro 32 Shootout or the $20,000 Super Pro Shootout, refunds will be available between 5:30 and 6:30. So again, refunds will be available between 5:30 and 6:30. Megan will have those available in the Nitro Club. So if you were one of the racers that had already purchased an entry into the shootouts, man, our hearts are broken. We really wanted to do those races, but unfortunately it's just not in the cards at this time. So we are going to be taking care of refunds between 5:30 and 6:30 up there in the Nitro Club, as our next pair of pro has already made their way up to the starting line. So with a 749 dial, C.W. Hofer is taking on Monty Beagle with a 588 dial. Beagle in the silver and black coupe. C.W. in the gunmetal gray Firebird. Advantage at this end of the racetrack goes to Monty. Win light to Beagle out of the right side. Monty Beagle, 590 on a 588. He's 2 above the dial after an 038 reaction time. CW had tightened up the stripe to 15 ten-thousandths of a second, but an 071 reaction time proved painful and detrimental to CW's program. 15 ten-thou at the stripe, runs 747 on a 749, breaks it out, hands the win light back over to Monty. And the Beagle Mobile will be back as Denny Volvo and Henry Robertson are back as well. Talking about kind of double-ups that are trying to stay in the game. Henry coming all the way into North Highlands, California, that GT350 Mustang, dialed 655. Denny dialed in at 602. Red light start for Zone. The Valvo Machine, 002 Red goes 603 on a 602. Henry's Mustang, 651 on a 655. After being 24 green, left lane scoreboard lights up. Henry moves on to round number 4 again, as Darren Taylor rolls up to take the solo. Once again, Super Pro door cars, last chance. If you are still in your Super Pro door car and have not yet made your way into the staging lanes, you should be there now, please. Darren on the solo shot. 19 and 611 on a 610, which should bring a close to pro round number 3. So once again, racers, just real quick, unfortunately, the window of opportunity to try and get our bonus races in this year has it's been taken away from us. With the other stuff that was going on and a little bit of the weather that we had to balance around and dance around, we just ran out of time. So if you had already purchased an entry into the shootouts, either one of them, those will be available between 5:30 and 6:30. Megan will get you all taken care of. We'll get your money back and we'll go from there. But as much as we wanted to do those, it's just not in the cards. We still need to finish up today's Hughes Performance race. We still need to finish up yesterday's Kid Performance and Dyno race. And all the weather has definitely taken a turn for the better. It's a little breezy, but the sun's out, which is what we wanted to have happen. It just doesn't look like the time is going to be available to get that taken care of. So we thank you. We appreciate your understanding. And we definitely want to get you your refund. So between 5:30 and 6:30, go ahead and make your way up to kind of the Nitro area, and Megan will get your refund taken care of. Into Super Pro door car, Sammy Franco and Andres Hull. Hull, 662 dial for the full-bodied Silverado pickup truck going against the 67 Camaro. Out of New Mexico, 556 is the dial in the right side for the Camaro. 662 the dial left lane for the pickup truck. Advantage this end of the racetrack goes to Andres Hull. He's 15 green and 4 Hun above the dial. To light up that scoreboard left lane, Sammy Franco, 37 green. Take 26 thou at the stripe to break out by 3 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 23 thou or less, but Franco breaks out. As Sid Summers going to be taking on Dustin Wirtz. So it's your last chance to get in the lanes of your Super Pro door car and haven't made it there yet. We're going to start getting our Super Pro dragsters into the staging lane. Super Pro dragsters double entered, need you to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro dragsters double entered, need you to lanes 3 and 4. For round number 3, single entered dragsters, let's get you headed to lanes 5 and 6. Single entered dragsters to lanes 5 and 6. Dustin dialed 523 in the car that will forever be remembered as the snowplow, based on all of the pictures that went up on social media from a couple of years ago. Sid left really early. 580 on a 577. Dustin is 008, dead 6 to get the win light in the Corvette. So that American walk-in coolers side of the track lights up for a win light. Bringing out the Elko. It's the battle of the trucks. I mean, you look at Jason Pad's love truck, and it almost looks like you could fit it in the back of the El Camino. I mean, you might have to put the little red flag on it, because it might be sticking off the tailgate a little bit. But that thing is so compact. Red line start for Pad by 19 thousandths of a second. Womp, womp, womp. El Camino, 7:17 on a 7:20, 37 green, and that's really what it took. Green light start versus Pad's 19th thou red light start as Pad goes 6:13 on a 6:18. I'll bring up Rob Grangrade and Andrew Olson. Grangrade in the Roadster. The buggy dialed 624. Andrew's Camaro coming in out of Sacramento, dialed in at 606. Bye-bye, buggy. Bye-bye, Andrew. Buggy and Camaro headed that way in a hurry. Win light's going to belong to Olson. 12-0 for Andrew Olson down that right lane. So a 12-pack, take 15th thou at the stripe for Andrew. Keeps his car in competition. Rob Grangrade, a 34 green. And there was nothing he was going to be able to do. So as we are in Super Pro Door Car, round number 3, in what was a super secret encoded message for Chad, we've got Ruben Quintero and Luis Valenzuela. Quintero's red Camaro, dialed 608. Valenzuela's, it's like a whole 80s throwback vibe there. Or early 90s. 553 to the 608 win light to Luis. 007, dead on 7. He's 14 total. And gets to the finish line first by 42 thousandths of a second. Ruben Quintero, 45 green and 1 above. Is no good. I don't know if I might. We may have to decode the message for Chad. I think he's probably working on typing it in right now, because he asked, is it pro or super pro, and I gave the super secret version of the message. Maybe we could try Morse code. Aaron Milton, Ken Suio, Suio's Capri, dial 592. Milton's Camaro, Milton's Firebird, dial 591. Win light, Milton. Left lane scoreboard lights up. 54 green and dead on 9 for Milton. Ken Suio missed it. Suio doesn't miss much. But the reaction time started with not one, but 2 ones. Chad, it is Super Pro Door Car, round number 3. So you can take your Pro round number 3 and add a Super in front of it, and it'd be good. Camaro is going to be 14 and dead on 9, taking 11th thou at the stripe. Andrew Jaramillo over to the right side, no good. 36 green and goes 585 on a 586. Okay, Chad. I'll shut up. Chad says I'm not allowed to talk anymore. I'd love to tell you what happened there, but Chad said I'm not allowed to talk anymore. Nope, 001 on the tree and 623 on a 622. Hector Hernandez, your winner out of the left lane. Rod Taylor, unfortunately, was 98 thousandths of a second behind at the hit with an 0.99 reaction time. Tried to run him down, goes 516 on a 517. and comes up short as Brad Pierce is going to be taking on Hank Bramoff. Hanks Vega out of Colorado, dialed in at 570. Brad's Corvette out of Riverside, down in California, dialed in at 638. Red light start by 1,000th of a second for Hank Bramoff. Hank 001 red, 573. Win light. Brad Pierce in the Corvette out of the right lane, 25 green and 638 on a 638. Brilliant. Brilliant. Once again, Super Pro Dragster. For round number 3, if you have not yet made your way back into the staging lanes, now would be a good time to do so. As Joe Cox Jr. in the Coronet, going to match up with the 1967 Barracuda of Sir James. $17,000 is the difference at this end of the racetrack, and a 594 on a 593 lights up right lane scoreboard for Sir James Hartwigson. I'll tell you what, man, the chips are certainly falling James's way over the last little bit. Joe is 20 green, 1 above. James 003. Take 22 thou at the stripe to be 1 above and win it. Scott Nucifaro and Larry Cannon. Cannon on the left in the Chevelle. Dialed 614. Nucifaro on the right. Dialed at 585. 23 thou is the difference at this end. 8 thou is the difference at that end, and the win light turns on for Larry. Cannon is 002 and 11 thou above the dial to end up 13 total. Nucifaro tried to make up for it, ends up running 584 on a 585 after no 25 reaction time, but it's going to be a win light for Cannon in the Chevelle. As Kyle Fritz and Kevin McClellan going to get it on. 751 the dial for the Bird, 673 the dial for the Malibu wagon. We'll see what we get next. Difference is 0.04 of a second. Win light goes on for Bomb Pop. Kyle Fritz, 753 on a 751. Left lane scoreboard lights up. Kevin McClellan took 30 thou at the stripe and ends up breaking out by 13 thousandths of a second. Kevin had a 55 thou light. Kyle had a 51 thou light. So 1 month difference right here. But McClellan taking a chunk too much down at the finish line and hands the win light back over to Kyle as Keith Downing and Bill Kidd going to be next. The Bustin' Loose Plymouth Arrow out of Glendale. 731 is the number for Keith Downing. Bill Kidd with a 606 dial, and Bill in the Roadster has been finding a way to turn on the scoreboards. It's a 6 thou difference as they leave the line. Bill charging hard, and the win light belongs to Downing. Keith, 13 green. Bill was 19 green. Keith goes 732 on a 731. Bill is 2 above with that 608 on a 602. Win light to the Plymouth Arrow is now Nick Downing. Rolls up in the Bill Luke Daytona out of Phoenix. Going up against Don Toya in the Roadster. Super interesting, super exciting, and like super cool in Super Pro Door Car. Both are dialed 533. 5:32.4. So Nick takes a hit here in round number 3. Don Toya's 17 green, dead 2 is 19 total. And the roadster out of the right lane moves into round number 4 as Carl Geib and Andres Hull. Carl, part of the Minnesota team, is, again, we mentioned earlier, trying to make it a super happy birthday. His first entry in this round didn't make it super happy. So we'll see if he can get around Andres Hull. I think is that Huatacampo? Huatacampo? I don't know, it's like Huatacampo. First of all, there's too many letters in the name of that city. And like all other things, it's got like 3 names to it, you know. Huatacampo, Sonora, Mexico. I don't know if that's like a thing. Carl has the advantage by 13 thou and goes dead on 2. 7 total for Carl. 005 dead 2. The Monza out of the right side is advancing. Andres Hull was 18 dead 0. So definitely not a bad lap for the Silverado. But 7 total on the right side of the racetrack ends Andres' attempt at keeping a couple of entries alive. Is Sarah Kidd going to be taking on Andrew Olson. Miss Sarah, racing on the track that she spent many years on already in the junior categories. Jumping up into the big car by way of the S10 pickup truck. 683 is the dial. Andrew's dialed in at 607. Olson got a little jump on it down at this end. He was 17 to Sarah's 36 light. Andrew goes 608 on a 607. Sarah goes 684 on a 683. But an 18th thou margin of victory will advance Andrew into round number 4 as Luis Valenzuela. Dustin Wirt's going to be next. Go ahead and toss out an additional call for our Super Pro dragsters. Round number 3. Again, looking for our double-entered dragsters into lanes 3 and 4. If you're one of our single-entered dragsters, you can just jump on in with general population. Luis Valenzuela, 553. Right side. Left side, Dustin Wirtz, dialed 523. The difference is 20 thousandths of a second. Luis Valenzuela just laid down 1 total. I don't know that I even have to ask Ryan, is that man lap? I mean, he took too much. He was way out there, but I mean, if you're 1 total, I'm with that, right? I'm with it. If you ain't breaking out. Dustin Wirtz was 20 dead 8 to get slammed by a 1-pack. Luis Valenzuela. Whoa. Trip, zip, dead 1. Troy, the more you take, the more you make. Okay. Understood. That was, yeah. Pretty damned impressive. I think we've got just a couple more to get taken care of in our Super Pro door car. And then we've got our Super Pro dragsters. All right, so real quick, while we were waiting for those to come back around, if you were one of our racers that had entered into one of the shootouts between now and 6:30, they will go ahead and get those refunds taken care of. So if you had already gone in and paid for your shootout entry, it's just unfortunately not going to be something that we are going to be able to get taken care of here this weekend. So if you'd already paid for yours, go ahead and go on in and see Megan now. Between now and 6:30, they'll get those refunds all taken care of. Now, I didn't ask Chris what happens to the money if you don't go get your refund between now and 6:30. Like, I don't know if that's something that we can take and, you know, it becomes like an entertainment fund or something. No, I'm kidding. So just between now and 6:30, if you were one of the racers that paid for your shootout entry, let's go ahead and head on up there, see Megan. She'll get you all taken care of. But we are doing just a quick little up and back, a little bit of prep down there on the racetrack. Sun is starting to go down, and again, if you were looking for something to go ahead and snack on, the concession stand is open. I know they had the tapas truck open, so there is a variety of food available. You remember Fixed Speed's been here all weekend. Get big thanks to Kid Performance at Dyno, Hughes Performance, and RB Components for helping out with this year's edition of the Southwest Showdown. Chris was up here earlier talking about the fact that we have surpassed our previous best car count. Which was, 321. Yesterday we had 322 on a Friday. No, there were a few more than that here today, Saturday. And again, racers, thank you very much for making the trip. Ended up, at least so far, with 19 states represented. 19. Right?
We're at 17.
Oh, 17, yeah. I jumped ahead. I did. I told a lie. It was 17 states. I'm surprised. I mean, I would have swore we had one that would have snuck in from Wyoming. I could have swore that, but I would have been wrong. I'd love for somebody to prove me wrong. So as our cars are firing up and rolling this way, I'm going to send a shout out to everybody in the chat bleachers because we have surpassed 400 likes. We got still floating around 600 people watching. So I know we can do a little bit more, but we have made it over 400 likes here today, which is good. And remember, it's like a new feed every day. So when you do log in to start watching the feed, you can click the like button. So our final door car is going to be John Tripp. And although we do run Super Pro door car and Super Pro dragster separately, if we get down to the point where we've got one Super Pro door car who is not the potential buy, then that door gets the opportunity to run a dragster, and that dragster happens to be Bree Bandemere Herman. Bree's dialed 454. Taking over the right lane, and John Tripp in the 65 Plymouth with the Quick Trip written on the side of it is dialed in at 639. John's been running a lot in that car lately. Again, he was up at the strip in Vegas last weekend running with the Nostalgia Super Stockers. Down here to run the Southwest Showdown, and on a 639 dial, he is going to pick up the win light over Bree Bandemere. John Tripp, dead 5. Bree Mandemir on a 454 dial is dead on 4. Bree was 22 green. John was 18 green. And by a margin of 3.5 thousandths of a second. The quick trip car is going to be making at least one more trip down the racetrack in round number 4. Going to bring out Jeff Taylor in the Genco car. Genco Plumbing, sponsor for the racer out of Apache Junction. 461 the dial to Val Torres Jr.'s 468. 7 hun the difference in the dial, and this one should play out to be a spectacle. It should be good. Val's got the pre-stage bulb lit. Jeff's got the pre-stage bulb lit. Val goes ahead and lights up those second bulbs on the tree. And looking at it from this end of the racetrack, Val had some work to do and couldn't quite pull it out. The difference between the two at the stripe was 7/10 thousandths of a second. Val got there first by that much after being 35 on the tree and goes 3 thou under. Jeff wasn't going to make it happen. Jeff lights up the scoreboard, but he wasn't going to let a win light turn on for Val. Jeff was 006 and goes 463 on a 461. So Val breaking out by 3 thou. Jeff Taylor, 26 thou above, gets the win light as Jerry Hall and Gabe Torres. Torres right side. G-Money's dialed in 478. Jerry Hall in the big Bubba car, dialed in at 530. 4 thou is the difference this time. Scoreboard lights up for Torres. 27 green and 479 on a 478. Right lane winner by 3 thousandths of a second. Jerry Hall is 23 green. Runs 531 on a 530. But will not get the opportunity to advance out of round number 3 as Luke Makovica and Rod Belsham. Lucas dialed 501, Rod dialed 455. We continue to make our way through round number 3 of the Super Pro Dragsters. Again, if you are a Super Pro Dragster that was still in round number 3 and had not yet made your way into the staging lanes, we certainly need you there now, please. And if you are one of our double-entered dragsters, once you make your first trip down the racetrack, we do need you back into the lanes as quickly as possible, please. So Luke's going to be the first one to light up the pre-stage bulbs. Rod Belsham follows him in as this one is underway. Oh! Rod Belsham is pulling over. I'm looking at Ryan Gleghorn to see if that qualifies. I mean, he's 001, dead 3, 4 total.
He took the whole racetrack.
I know he did.
No.
No, that means you got big ones. I know what it actually means, but I'm just saying you could twist this. I'm
No.
just saying.
That was my kid.
I get it. Dude, he walked out at the end of the racetrack and went like this. Well, again, there's 2 ways to look at it. Right? Rod Belsham is 008 and breaks. Pulls over. Luke is 001, rips it down the racetrack to be dead on 3. So either he's like, I know I'm good. I'm good. Watch this. We'll see. But Luke gets the win light, and we'll be back. Unfortunately, Rod Belsham is going to need a little bit of help to get a broken race car off of the track. So it looks like they're getting Rod's car hooked up, and we'll get him cleared up off of the top end of the racetrack as soon as possible. But I would agree. I think like Luke Scarville going to be back there looking at the time card in a very fatherly fashion. It's probably going to be a conversation that starts something with, now what can we learn from this? That's just kind of what I'm thinking. Bass, what piece of paper do you have that says you can do whatever you want? And where can I find one? So we are still going strong. 573 people, at least from what I can see here. Chad's probably got like the exact numbers. But with as quickly as, you know, my little iPad's refreshing up here as we're watching along, and everybody who's joining in the chat bleachers. 570 people are watching. 419 likes. We did good today. We did good today. Oh, Neil, you're probably right. You are probably right. Let me see. All right, so it looks like we got Rod Belsham's car hooked up and are going to have the racetrack cleared off here in a moment. I know, Randy. I did take a look at that. I did the math real quick, right? 578 people watching, and 424. We are actually into a C grade. We've actually broken into the 70% range. I mean, now with it being like 424 likes, 73%. We're getting there. We have got a class full of very smart people joining us in the chat bleachers today. right? I appreciate that. I know Chad appreciates that. I know Chris appreciates that. That's just really cool. If you haven't found a way to hit your like button yet, man, join the rest of the class. Be one of the cool kids. All the cool kids are doing it. All the cool kids are doing it. Hit the like button. Keep those numbers climbing. We'll go from there. What's up, Gene? Neil's here. Randy's here. Double Trouble Dan Real. He's the man. He drives that bad banana. We like the bad banana. Mark Campbell and Leroy Duran. Leroy right side, dialed 489 in his Davis-built car coming in out of Sun City, Arizona. And Mark Campbell out of Olympia. So with a 467 left side, 489 right side, we're getting them staged up as, again, the shadows begin to grow a little bit longer. Coming off of the grandstands in the tower, across the racetrack here at Tucson with the sun setting. Here we go. 467 on a 467, Mark Campbell lights up that right lane scoreboard. 21 green. And then dead on 7. Leroy Duran take 12th thou at the stripe to break out by 1,000th of a second. Needed to take 11th thou or less. Campbell moves on, and RTC, the answer is yes. Still doing the goalie thing. And loving it. Absolutely loving it. Dwayne Ringeth and Marco Paravalaris. Ringeth, one of the Albertans that has made his way all the way down here. Dialed in at 471, and Marco is dialed in at 457. We'll see how they let go, and we'll see how it plays out down the racetrack. Marco let go better than Dwayne Ringeth. Marco is 18 green, dead 5. Take 19 thou at the stripe for the win. Dwayne was 51 green, chases him through and ends up 9 thou under, but Marco had already turned on the scoreboard. Paravalaris is continuing his roll through the field as we're going to see again the battle of the shorties. Pat Marbeck's short wheelbase dragster, dialed 516. Judge Shoop's short wheelbase dragster, dialed in at 475. The weather here in Tucson is sunny but chilly and breezy. I can definitely get more specific than that, but that's pretty much all you need to know. Sunny, chilly, and breezy. 1 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light goes to Judd. Right lane scoreboard lights up 475-1 on a 475. He is 12 dead, 1 to be 13 total. Pat Marbeck is 13 on the tree. Marbeck needed to be dead on 0, but ended up 26 thou above to be 26 thou behind at the finish line. Chase Learcamp now and Nacho. Say cheese. My man coming in out of Mexico in the American-built car, 495. We'll see if we're going to continue to say the Viva La Nacho, if we're going to get the Nacho Supreme, or if somebody's going to break his chips. Chase is dialed 465. They are separated by just 1,000th of a second, and the win light turns on for Chase Learcamp. Nacho, 15 green, takes 54 thou at the stripe to break out by 10 thousandths of a second. Chase Learcamp, winner left side, 14 green, 469 on a 465. Paul Downey now, and Bradley Johnson. Yeah, barn. You're like, what's the weather like? Sunny. However, As the night continues on, darkness will slowly creep its way into the vicinity, eventually taking over everything. 12 down, separating Brad and Laurel. Finish line says it's going to be Brad. 477 on a 476. The right lane scoreboard lights up. He's 003. 11th thou above to be 14 total. Paul Dowdy was 15 green and had nowhere to go. It's Travis Ringeth and Riley Learcamp. Riley's dialed 473. Ringeth is dialed 457. Chad, once it's dark, how do you have increasing darkness? I mean, if it's dark, it's dark. I don't know. Do you have increasing darkness? I don't know if there's supposed to be a moon or whatever tonight, but... So Riley's dialed 473, Travis is dialed 457. And 474 and a 473 lights up the board for Learcamp. Riley was 10 green, 1 above. Take 46 down with the stripe. Gets the nod over Travis Ringeth. Ringeth had an 058 reaction time. Ends up dead on 8. And Riley out of the right lane. Moves on as Dylan Smith, the Buckeye, Arizona-based dragster, and his 496 dial, going to be taking on the watermelon paint scheme of Calvin Klinkendinger. At this point, you just can't change it. If it works, it works. All right, we're looking for pro round number 4. Go ahead and make your way in and see. It works, it works. Calvin Klinkendinger continuing his run. Dylan Smith was 008, Calvin 14 green. Dylan take 9 thou at the stripe. Breaks out by 6 thou. Calvin goes 449 on a 450 to break out by 3 thou. And Calvin continues to move. So again, pro round number 4, pro round number 4. We're ready for you back in the staging lanes. Pro round number 4, come on down. Again, if you're still double entered, you know where to go. 3 and 4 is your home, at least for your first run. We'll get it there. Tyler Murrup, Chris Whitfield. Colorado versus Utah. Murrup right side, Whitfield left side. 467 to a 477. We'll see which one lets go right. Let go 16 green. It goes 4-6-6-6 down the racetrack. Tyler Murrup did the red and dead on. On a 477 dial, he goes 477 with a 6, but let go 1 thou too early. So a 001 red light. Takes away Tyler's opportunity to advance. Chris Whitfield's right lane scoreboard lights up with a 466 on a 467 after he was green, and Whitfield continues to roll through the field as Tom Malicki going to be taking on Ryan Stifler. Stifler's dialed 472 out of the right lane. Tom Malicki's dialed 448. Out of the left. So with a 448 showing up, and it's got to be like White Salmon, Washington. I don't think it's like White Salmon, Washington. 6,000 difference. Winner left side with Malicki. 22 dead 2. It's 24 thou total. Ryan Stifler takes 4 thou at the stripe, breaks out by 8 thou. So a 24 thou total package for Malicki beats the 28 thou reaction time of Ryan Stifler. And once again, pro bracket. We'll take you into the staging lanes, please. RJ Torres, Mark Kidd. RJ, right side, red dragster, dialed 501. Mark, left side, black dragster, dialed 470. So with the Kid ride, rolling heavy. RJ leaves 32 thou behind the green light. Mark Kidd leaves 17 thou behind the green light. RJ out of that right lane, first to the stripe by 6 thousandths of a second to break out by 4 thousandths of a second. Win light belongs to Kidd. Mark moves into round number 4. Speaking of round number 4, pro cars, you should be headed back into the staging lanes, please. Again, if you're still double entered, let's get you to 3 and 4. If you're single entered, come on down. We'll put you somewhere else. And if we're going to start diving into like old SNL references back from when it was funny, I'm all into that. I'm all into that. JR Learcamp, Ryan O'Connor. O'Connor's dialed 460 left side. JR is dialed in 458 on the right. $11. Dead 4. Winner O'Connor. 11 take 2. Ends up dead on 4. 460 on the 460 to get into the next round. Gum Gumby. Yep, see Neil? There you go. Back when it was good. Chad Axford and Val Torres. That's one thing I'm thinking about. Like, what'd you have for lunch? Cheeseburger. Val's dialed 476. Chad was dialed 505, and the win light turns on for Axford. Axford had an 026 light, ends up 2 above. Pushes Val through the back as Val was 13 green, takes 45 thou at the stripe, and ends up 11 thou under. With that 474 on a 476. So Axford lights up the scoreboard left side as Jason Pad, Logan Shannon. Shannon's dialed 511. Jason's dialed 455. Every single person here trying to avoid having to live in a van down by the river. Of course, when we get to Bristol, everybody wants to be in a van down by the river. Just saying. 11 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light Logan Shannon. 17 dead 4. Take 30 thou at the stripe to get around. Jason Pad's dragster. Pad was 28 green and ends up 23 thou above. Can't quite turn on the scoreboard on his side, so Logan advances as Joe Landavazo and Gabriel Hernandez Jr. Hernandez getting the attention of the starter, has a quick little adjustment made to the dial-in. Joe Landavazo dialed in with a 539, the Peoria, Arizona base dragster. Red for Hernandez, and he's going to bail out of the throttle. Hernandez was 002 red, Joe Landavazo 45 green and 539 on a 539. Makes the free time lap count. You'll get Elliot Franco Sr. and Tristan Craig. So Franco out of the right lane. Tristan's not usually a left lane guy. He likes the right lane. One of the things that we've also talked about with Tristan is he actually believes there's such thing as a boneless chicken wing, which we've had to correct him multiple times and tell him that it's really just a chicken nugget. That's all there is to it. You can pretend to be grown up all you want by calling it a boneless chicken wing, but when it comes down to it, it's a nugget. So Elliott with a 512 dial. Tristan dialing in at 516. Tristan's been floating around that 517 mark most of the day. You show me one chicken that has fingers, Luther? Show me one chicken that has fingers. 2,000 separate them. Wind light turns on Tristan. 14 dead 0 for Tristan Craig. Elliott Franco is 16 on the tree. Take 2,000 at the stripe to break out by 4,000. Tristan advances with a 14 pack as Greg Christensen going to take on Jeff Taylor. And as I was saying earlier, I was admiring the pure professional manner in which the sticker on the front of Jeff Taylor's car was applied. I mean, that was obviously done by a person with nothing better to do in life. No.
You're correct.
So Christensen with a 460 down. No, I went and looked at it. And you're right, man. The way that you cut that in around the charging port and everything, that looks good, dude. It looks really good. 462 on a 461. Jeff Taylor is 13 green and gets the win light over Greg Christensen. Christensen had a 27,000 reaction time, ends up 14,000 above the dial, and win light goes to Taylor down that left lane as Daryl Contreras and Travis Keys are going to be up next. I'm telling you, if you can show me one chicken on the planet that has a finger, I'll believe there's such a thing as a chicken finger. Until then, it's a tender or a strip. You can have chicken strips. You can have chicken chunks. There's no such thing as a boneless wing, and there's no such thing as a chicken finger. Red light start for Daryl Contreras. By 2,000ths of a second, he lights up the board on the opposite side of the racetrack. Travis at dialed 475, runs 471. Daryl at dialed 471 goes red by 2,000 and runs 471. Absolutely. I'm from Vegas. There's strip clubs everywhere. You can have chicken strips. Just saying. But no, chicken strips are a thing, man. Chicken tenders are a thing. Bone-in chicken wings are a thing. They're nuggets. They are nuggets. See? Even Peter Biondo agrees with me. They're just nuggets. Gabe Torres is 005 and 500 on a 480 dial. Dustin Henches was 29 green and pretty much just bailed out of it. 525. Out of the way. Out of the way. I agree with you, Pete. Good to hear from you, man. Zachary's telling me to leave boneless chicken wings. They're not a thing. It's somebody's marketing ploy. Just saying. All right, so Judd Shoup going up against Leroy Duran. Duran right side. Judd, again, another one of those guys that just about every time we've seen him roll up here, he's been kind of a right lane guy. Like, I'm the right lane guy. Got bumped over in the left lane this time, staring at the tree with the sun setting on it, and a red light start for Judd by 2,000. Leroy 008 and 487.9 on a 488 dial. Judd joins the group. 475 on a 478. He's red and dead on. Oh, now don't start that again. RTC throws in the whole taco thing, right? We are not going to get into the taco conversation. Exactly.
That's what's coming in.
It's coming totally that way. Totally that way. So with Luke Makovica and Marco Paravalaris, this kind of the, we're going to play the name game. See, there it is. It's a hot dog, a sandwich. There you go, man. Fuku Burgers in Vegas. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Marco's dialed 457. Lucas is dialed 499. So it's Paravalaris versus Makovica. Now, that's a good question I've never heard before. Is a corn dog a kebab? Marco has the advantage, and Marco's moving on. 19, take 4th thou at the stripe to go 460 on a 457. He's 3 above. Lucas, coming off of that, like, very brave run, gets the win line, or bows out here. Marco gets the win line. Lucas was 38 this time and 501 on a 499. So Amelia Henches and Tina Arend. Tina is dialed 465. Amelia is dialed 475. That is a question I don't know that I've ever heard. When you get into the whole conversation about, you know, is it hot dog a sandwich, is it this, is a corn dog a kebab? It's on a stick. 3 thou separate them. Win line goes to Tina. 466 on a 465. She was 23 green. And moving on, Amelia Hedges, 26 green. And then 474 on a 475. But we are down to the end of Super Pro round number 3. We should have Pro round number 4 sitting back in the staging lanes as Paul Dowdy out of Centerville, Utah, and Nacho Rivera. Told you, somebody stomped all over Nacho's chips in his first entry. He's trying to just keep it in there. All right, Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door cars. Round number 4, Nacho moving on. Paul Dowdy red by 2,000ths, and yeah, he's dead on the dial. 459 or 495 on a 495. Red by 2,000, dead on 2,000. Nacho is it ain't easy being cheesy, but he's keeping it going. As Daryl Wirtz, going to be our final car in category. Neil, what's a pop circle? He's asking if a pop circle counts as a kebab too. I'm aware of what he meant, but oh, it's right there in writing. Apparently it's a thing. Like you said, anything we see on the screen, true. 452 is what he's looking for, and he goes 452.5 after being 44 green. Yeah, sorry, Neil, you tried again but missed. Now it's a pop cycle. Oh, that could go the wrong way in a hurry. Whoa, big hurry. Oh, we're into round number 4. So as we make our way into Pro, I am going to jump out of the way and turn it back over to Ryan Gleghorn, who can talk a whole bunch more about what really counts as what. And he can defend his belief that a chicken nugget's actually a thing.
So once again, Nitro Club shutting down at 6:30, so you got about 10 more minutes. So if you had a shootout entry you'd like to get a refund for, you got 10 minutes to accomplish that tonight. Obviously you have tomorrow as well. But shutting down the Nitro Club in about 10 minutes. Kyle Fritz, Tanner Taylor. Taylor turns it red. Fritz 052. 21 thou under. Kyle Fritz moves on. This is round number 4 on the pro side. Jeremy Plyler left side. Dialed 585. Take on Henry Robertson. Robertson dialed 655. This one is all Henry. Win light. Give it to Henry. How about 000? Take 39 to put them 2 above. Jeremy 058 dead 5. Had no chance. Henry will move on. Brandon Umberger left side. Dial 590. Take on Miss Sasha Hofer. Dialed 751. Deadlifts to turn a win like 15, 1 above 5, lays down 30 total, which locks out Sasha, who's 38 and 4 above. Austin Downing left side, the dragster dialed 633, take on Darren Taylor. Darren dialed 609. Give to Downing 28 and 8 above as Taylor was late and 1 over. Matt Hawk dialed 727, take on Monty Beagle. Beagle dialed 588. Maverick 14 and 2 above gets there first 47. Beagle missed it and put it 2 over. Robert Hall left side. Hall dialed 679. Get down Travis Ritzel. Ritzel dialed 552. Win light, give it to Travis, 36 dead 7. Turns on the win light, Hall 22. Take 37 to be 16 thou under. Had to take 21 or less. Travis Ritzel moving on. Have 2 doubles. We're waiting to come back around. We'll complete round 4 of Pro. Once again, Super Pro door cars, you should be in the lane. Super Pro door cars, round number 4. So, do have a pair and a bye left to go. We're going to send the bye car out first. 2 pair. Ken Tolsdorf on the single here. Ken dialed in 607 on his solo shot. There's out to be one above. Racers, we're at that part of the day where we will be needing taillights. Taillights, taillights, taillights. Let's go ahead and kick those on for us. We do need taillights. Brad Burton left side dialed 685. Get on Henry Robertson. Robertson dialed 654. Win light, give it to Henry, 29, take 35 to be dead on 7. Burton, 24 and 4 above, no good. Henry will be doubled next round. Darren Taylor out 610 and Brandon Umberger out 590. Both these drivers were doubled. Darren lost his first one. Brandon won his first one. So potential of 2 doubles still being in next round. There's it out to be 16th out under, so Umberger will be doubled next round. That wraps up Pro Round 4, and this is Super Pro Door Car on the starting line. At this time, we'll take Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster will take you 2 lanes. Super Pro Dragster will take you stage lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 7 and 8. Once again, Super Pro Dragster. Round number 4. We'll take you now. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 7 and 8. Hector Hernandez and Luis Valenzuela. Winlight Luis 002 take 28 to be 2 above. Hernandez 39 and 1 above. No good. Andres Hole left side dialed 665. Good on Andrew Olson. Olson dialed 607. separate them. Win line. Give to Olson, 19 dead, 2. Lays down 21 total. Hole, 7 take 24. To be a hun under, that take 14 or less. Andrew Olson moves on. Rodney Snyder out 5-12. And Carl Guide, birthday boy, out 6-34. On 31, dead 6 will advance him. Larry Cannon out 6-14, getting on Sir James. Sir James Hart Vixen, about 593 in the right. But the win line goes to Sir James, 21 dead, 4 gets their 9th thou. Cannon 7, 2 above, no good. Aaron Milton dialed at 590, can take on Brad Pierce, dialed 637. For the win light, 9, dead 8, turns on the win light, gets their first 9 thou. Milton 37 and 11 thou under, no good. Brad Pierce moves on. Keith Downing down 731. Dustin Works out 5-23. Downing is 3 thou, Red Works 14. 5 thou under, Dustin Works will advance. Kyle Fritz left side, dialed 751, right side, dialed 717. Separate them up front. 5 Fritz, 29, 1 above gets their 11th thou, right side 18, and 3 over, no good. Fritz will advance. John Tripp, dialed 638, took on Don Toya, dialed 533. John versus Don. Give it to Toya. 35 and 2 above gets the win. Tripp missed it. Put it 1 over, no good. On Toya will advance. And we have found our crossover pair, left side, Jeff Taylor. Dialed 460, take on Andrew Olson. Olson dialed 608. Taylor, 23, 1 above gets the win. Olson, 4 take 33 to be a foul under. Jeff Taylor will have at least 1 entry rolling through. Chase Learcamp left side, dial 466. Take on Marco Parvalaris, dial 456. Marco, 002 and 2 above gets the win. Learcamp, 12 take 13 to be 2 thou under. Had to take 11 or less. Marco will advance. Mark Campbell left side, dial 467. Take on Gabe Torres, dial 479. This time we'll take these leave first. Gabe Torres with the advantage. Gabe Torres with the win, 32, take 10 to be dead on 8. Gamble missed it and put it 8 foul under. We will take Pro round 5. We'll take you to the back of the lanes for pairing. Pro round 5. We'll take you to the back of the lanes for pairing. Pro round 5. We'll take you to the back of the lanes for pairing. Chad Axford left side, dialed 504. Take on Calvin Klinkendinger, dialed 449. To Calvin, 003, one above, gets the win. Axford missed it, puts it one above, no good. Kevin moves on. T. Craig left side, Tristan dialed 5 at 16. We'll take on Joe. Linda Vizzo dialed 5 at 39. Craig, 18, one above 8, turns on the win light. Joe missed it. Got their first 8 foul to be 2 hun under. Tristan Craig moves on. Daryl Wirtz left side, down 452. Good take on Bradley Johnson, down 475. Take 29, puts him one above. Wirtz 32 and 2 above, no good. Bradley Johnson moves on. Chris Whitfield left side, dial 468. Take on Leroy Duran, dial 487. Win light. Give it to Chris. 11, take 5 to be 1 above. Leroy 17. 1 above. No good. Mark Kidd, dial 470. Take on Lucas Makovica, dial 499. Give to Lucas 16, dead 3. Gets there 19th foul, kid. 39 and a foul under head, no chance. Lucas will move on. Ryan O'Connor left side down 458. Can take on Riley Learcamp down 473. Foul under, moving on. Travis Keys, dial 472. Can take on Judson Shoot, dial 474. Give to Keys 23. One above gets there 25 now. Shoot. Missed it. Put a dead 9. Had no chance. Tina Arin left side, dialed 466. Take on Logan Shannon, dialed 511. Wind light, give it to Tina. Not great, dead 1, turns on the wind light. Shannon, 14 foul better, take 18 foul to be 3 foul under. Tina moves on. Tom Malicki left side, dial 447. Can take on Nacho Rivera, dial 492. Give it to Nacho, 7 take 3 to be 2 above. Malicki 28, dead 3, no good. Nacho moves on. Gabe Torres, we need you back. Gabe Torres, we need you back. Gabe Torres, need you back. Jeff Taylor left side, dial 461. You can take on Marco Paravalaris, dial 456. Marco 16, dead 4. Marco will remain doubled in round number 5. Final pair of Super Pro round number 4. Gabe Torres left side, dial 477. Going to take on Luis Valenzuela, dial 552. Both drivers trying to remain doubled next round. Win light to Torres late and a bunch over, as Luis was 19 and had problems, so ended up being a lot over. So Gabe Torres move on. We'll have a new buy car next round of Super Pro, and we already have Pro on the start line. We'll take Super Pro door cars to lanes. Super Pro door cars will take you to lanes as well. Nate Hershey can take you through round number 5.
Brandon Umberger trying to stay alive in 2. Will do it in at least 1. 591 on a 590 dial down the left side. 39 green. Ken Tolsdorf coming all the way in out of Alberta. Ends up 62 green and take 30 thou at the stripe. To break out with a 603 on a 608. So Umberger keeps the jelly bean rolling as Austin Downing and Henry Robertson. Again, Umberger and Robertson were our 2 doubled cars that are still doubled rolling through Pro. 653 is the dial for Henry. 633 is the dial for Austin. Leaving this end of the racetrack, Austin and Downing gonna win it on a double breakout. Both of them were 32 green. Austin ends up with a 632.7, getting there second and breaking out by 0.03 of a second. Henry goes 652.5, breaks out by 5 thou, taking 2 thou at the stripe. Henry's down to 1. The only one we got left doubled in pro now is Brandon Umberger. As Kyle Fritz and Matt Hawk gonna roll up. This is one of those, like, any given Saturday night at a drag strip here in Arizona. Matt's dialed in at 726. Kyle's dialed in at 751. Pontiac rolling up on the left side. The Ford rolling out on the right. $16 thou on the tree and 725 on a 725. Matt Hawk take 8 thou to break out by 5 thou. Kyle Fritz is under 14 thousandths of a second, chasing him through over the left side of the track. So Matt Hawk going to pick up the win light here as we continue to roll our way through pro round number 5, Super Pro door car. Round number 5, you've been called back to join us. Again, racers, we are going to try to rock and roll our way through this thing as we have got a good bit of racing left to go here on a Hughes Performance Saturday night under the lights in Tucson. And then we're going to try to get as much, if not all, of that Friday night race completed as well. So racers, as we do get later in the rounds, remember that those lane calls are going to be coming in hot and heavy. And as we continue to enjoy an evening here in Tucson, we've got a whole lot of pro still going. And for those of you that are in the chat bleachers, again, 554 watching. We are at 446 likes, 4 shy of 450, and that percentage just keeps going up and up and up and up and up. But I'm still going to grade it based on like the 600 that we had earlier. Still going to grade it based on the 600, but you guys are doing awesome. Hitting the like button. Again, Chad is out there on the, what is kind of the Chadwick Suite. It's kind of a cool little condo. Chad's condo. But again, with some doubles still left in. Getting them the chance to get back around here so that we can finish up pro. Round number 5, again, Super Pro Door Car, round number 5. We've invited you to join us in the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Door Car, round number 5. The beautiful thing is we've got a lot of racing going on out here. We can hear them racing over at the Roundy Round track. Just across the property from here, they've got sprints racing up in Vegas. They got NASCAR up there. The Southwest is full of racing activity. Of course, Phoenix going to be home to the national event next weekend. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's always fun to work with Ryan down here. I like when he gets to come west for a little bit. He may do it, you know, begrudgingly every once in a while, but I think he has a good time when he rolls out here. I think he does. But I do like to hear the cars rumble back there. It means they're headed up this way, and hopefully we are getting our doubles back quickly. Again, racers, just keep that in mind as we we are trying to roll our way through the completion. Made our way into round number 5 now in a Hughes Performance Saturday. The pro cars are on a ladder. Everybody else will be soon. Ryan,
Yep.
do you happen to know somebody named Shelby?
You know, I might have heard of her before.
Might have heard of her before.
She's a groupie.
She is one of your groupies?
Yeah.
All right. She just checked in here, and I was talking about the fact that it's always good to get the opportunity to work with you and see you come west, and you might do it begrudgingly every once in a while, but she just commented on what a big fan of the West Coast you were.
Yeah, she knows.
Oh, that's good. All right. So our last pro car that is still doubled up is Brandon Umberger. Henry rolled in with 2 and unfortunately was unable to light up the scoreboard in his first trip down the racetrack. Brandon Umberger did. So we'll see if rolling into round number 6 in pro, if we've still got 1 double or not. Brandon's down 589. Travis is down 552. Brandon's looking good at this point. 588 on a 589. Brandon 22 green to Travis's 051. Travis goes 550 on a 552. Brandon goes 588 on a 589. And under by 5 thou, getting there first is good enough to keep Brandon still with 2 chips in his pocket. So I believe we're waiting on our last double to make its way back. Once again, Super Pro door car, Super Pro door car. We do need you back for round number 5, please. Super Pro door car. Let's go ahead and bring you back for round number 5, please. So with Henry being on a single, he's not going to have to risk that second and last remaining entry that he's got. He just said he's going to go ahead and, from what they were saying, come up here and actually make the run. So out of the water box. Super Pro door cars, final call. Final call, Super Pro door cars for round number 5, Super Pro dragsters. We're going to go ahead and put out a first call for you, Super Pro dragsters. Again, guys, we do know that it is coming quick. But we also know we've got a lot of racing to get through, and we're going to try to balance that out. We're going to try to balance out keeping cars on the racetrack as well as giving you the time that you need. Henry, let's go 11 red. But on the buy run has already advanced. Go 651 down the racetrack. So Super Pro door car, Super Pro door car. You should be back in the staging lanes, and Super Pro dragster. Let's go ahead and get you headed back as well, please. Super Pro dragster. Come on down as I'm starting to see some of those cars rolling around out from behind the tower. All right, just waiting on one more. Luis Valdez. Luis Valdez, it needs you back to the staging lanes, please. Luis Valenzuela, excuse me. Luis Valenzuela. Waiting on you. So, Luis, we do need you back to the staging lanes, please. So again, our final call, Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Dragster. We need you back for round number 5 as well, please. Super Pro Dragster. All right, final call. Luis Valenzuela, final call. We do need you into the lanes right now, please. Final call. We do need you into the lanes right now, please. All right, Super Pro door car rolling into the water box with Rodney Snyder and Dustin Wirtz. And again, racers, we certainly appreciate you trying to get back into the staging lanes as quickly as possible. So we still got several rounds of competition to get through here to finish up our Hughes Performance Saturday. And we still got several rounds of competition to get through on a Kid Performance and Dido Friday continuation. So the Roadster's going to go head-to-head here with Snyder Scotty Muffler car dialed in at 512. Dustin dialed in at 10th. Slower than that with a 522. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. And round number 5 is about to get underway for a Super Pro. Dustin with the advantage at this end of the racetrack. He's 006, one above. Gets the win light out of the right lane. 523 on a 522 for Dustin. Rodney Snyder was 18th out behind at the hit with an 024 line. Goes 513 on a 512. So Rodney is going to exit in this go-round. Dustin will keep the momentum on his side as Sir James Hartvigsen and Kyle Fritz going to roll up now. Kyle, 749 dial. James dialed in at 593. Rolled in, lit up the pre-stage bulbs at almost exactly the same time. And it is a 2/1000th of a second separation between them in reaction time. Win light to Sir James. One above, 594 and a 593. He was 14 green. Kyle gets there first, 33 thousandths of a second. To break it out, 25 thou as he's 746 on the 749 as Don Toy and Brad Pierce are going to be up next. Brad, 637 dial in the Corvette. Don, 532 dial in the Roadster. They'll be our final pair of quote-unquote door cars. Andrew Olson going to be the one that's going to inherit the first dragster as we make the swap over from the door cars into the dragster. So it's going to be Brad Pierce first into the bulbs. Don Toya rolls in. And it is a 1 separation between them in reaction time. Don, 533 on a 532 after being 17 green. No good by 7/1000ths of a second. Brad Pierce is 18 dead 4 as the right lane scoreboard lights up for the Corvette. So with Brad Pierce getting the win light over Don, it's going to bring out Travis Keys and Andrew Olson. Again, Andrew, that 70-bodied Camaro, racing out of the right lane, dialed in at 607. Travis with a 471. The reaction times at this end of the racetrack. Travis, 009, one above. 472 and a 471. The dragster will advance into round number 6. Andrew Olson was 10 green. Take 23 thou at the stripe to break out by 7/1000ths of a second. So Travis dispatches one of the door cars is Tina Arend and Marco Paravalaris. Going to end up head-to-head here. 465 the dial for Tina, left side. 456 the dial for Marco Paravalaris over on the right side. Marco and Tina have both been locked in on the tree as we've made our way throughout the day. The pre-stage bulbs are lit. Locked, loaded, and let them fly. 20 the difference at this end of the racetrack. Marco is 18 and 2 above. To turn on the scoreboard, Tina was 38 green, ahead by 0.03 of a second at the stripe, and breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Goes 4.64.9. Take 3 thou at the stripe. Needed to take 2 or less. Win light goes to Marco. As Gabe Torres and Jeff Taylor. Taylor in the Genco car. Gabe Torres, G Money. Out of La Puente. Pro, let's get you headed back, please. 5 cars left. Pro, G Money, 0005 red. Let loose, 5 thou too soon. Goes 485 on a 479. Jeff Taylor, 12 green, dead 0. Is 12 total. So Jeff going to be coming back in round number 6 of Super Pro. And speaking of round number 6, let's get our Pro cars back. There are 5 of you left. Tristan Craig and Calvin Klingendinger. I mean, at this point, we just can't change it, right? You just can't change it. Tristan is dialed 515. Calvin is dialed 447. And we're going to get our 5 Pro cars back in for round number 6. 5 Pro cars coming back for round number 6. By the way, Matt Hawk, you are on the bye. So the Maverick and Matt going to run solo when we come back at 5 in Pro. As Calvin's 447 shows up bottom side of the right scoreboard. Tristan's 515 dial shows up bottom side of the left lane scoreboard. As we are staged and set. 2,000 the difference at this end of the racetrack. Calvin's trying to chase him down in 18, dead 7 by 0.03 of a second. Klinkendinger turns on the right lane scoreboard. Calvin 18, Tristan was 16. Calvin take 3 thou at the finish line, ends up dead 7, wins it. As Ryan O'Connor and Nacho Rivera. Nacho with a 493 dial, Ryan with a 458 dial. And thank you very much, AD. Appreciate that. It's nice to be heard. You know, it's fun when you get the chance to go out and do this type of stuff. So Ryan out of Alberta, Nacho coming in out of Mexico, the international affair taking place on the starting line right now. Canada versus Mexico right here in the U.S. Advantage at this end of the racetrack, 006, 458 on a 453, or 458 on a 458, O'Connor. 006, dead 3. Arrives at the finish line first by 0.12 of a second. Nacho is 14, dead 7. And unfortunately, there is Nacho no more. O'Connor moving on is Chris Whitfield, Brad Johnson. It seems like it's been a lot of Colorado on Colorado throughout the last couple of days. Gleghorn was pointing it out that, like, for a while there was like 4 pair in a row that were all Colorado versus Colorado. So a 467 dial for Whitfield, a 475 dial for Johnson. Fields hurt? Yep. Bradley Johnson was 006, one above. Whitfield was not 006. Unfortunately, 49 on the tree. Did all he could to try and play catch up, but Brad, 476 on a 475 after being 006. Scoots him across the finish line with the scoreboards lighting up on the right side. All right, Downing, need you to the staging lanes, please. Basically, we've got 5 cars coming back. It's Austin. It's the dragster. We need Austin in the dragster, please. So again, Matt Hawk, you're going to be on the bye. Austin Downing gets Brandon Umberger, and Henry Robertson gets Brandon Umberger. So Umberger still left in doubles. Maverick gets the bye. Then the dragster gets the jelly bean and the Mustang gets the jelly bean. That's pretty much the way that it's going to work. So we're getting our pro cars back for round number 6. Come on down. Gabe Torres, need you back to the staging lanes, please. Gabe, need you back, please. All right, Gabe. We need you to the lanes, please. Gabe needs you to the staging lanes, please. right, so with Gabe Torres making his way back into the staging lanes for his second entry. Going to be going up against Luke Makovica. Luke's dialed 498. Again, grew up running junior dragsters. Jumped up into the big car and now going to go head-to-head with Gabe Torres. Torres dialed 479. Luke dialed in at 498. And we're down to our last three in Super Pro round number 5. Pro round number 6 sitting back in the staging lanes. And a red light for Gabe. 008 red goes 503 down the racetrack. Luke is 25 and 5 flat on a 498 dial. So with Marco rolling up here, going to be getting the solo shot. 456 is the dial. Marco goes ahead and stages up the car. And we're going to have to roll Henry back so that we can roll Marco out. But pro round number 6. Pulling up into the water. So with round 6 rolling into the water box, Brian Gleghorn going to take over on the mic.
Down to 5 cars on the bottom bulb side. Brandon Umberger is 2 of them. The Chevette dialed 589 left, take on Henry Robertson. Robertson dialed 653. Will turn on the win light. 22, one above gets the win. Henry 48 take 3 to be 11th thou under, and Brandon Umberger will have at least 1 entry at the round of 3. Matt Hawk on the bye, and then we'll wait for Brandon to come right back around. Be dead too. 13 total on the bye run. So we'll wait on Brandon to get back. He'll run Austin Downing. That'll complete the quarterfinal round here in Pro. So, Umberger back around. He's down 588. Can take on Austin Downing. Downing in the dragster out 632. That will guarantee him the bye to the final. So it'll be Matt Hawk and Brandon Umberger, and then Brandon Umberger on the bye when we come back around next round of pro. At this time, we'll take round 6 Super Pro. Round 6 Super Pro will take you to lanes. Round 6 Super Pro take you to lanes for pairing. Round 6 Super Pro door cars and dragsters will take you to the lanes for pairing. And I now and we have a ladder. So Ryan O'Connor will be on the solo here in round number 6. Sir James will have lane choice over Brad Pierce. Johnson, lane choice over Makovica. Keys, lane choice over Kleinweber. Wirtz, lane choice over Peravalaris. And then Taylor, lane choice over Peravalaris. So that will be your round 6 pairings on the Super Pro side. $15,000 to win here on Hughes Performance Saturday. So once again, all Super Pro cars will take you back to lanes for round number 6. All Super Pro cars, door cars, and dragsters will take you back to lanes for round number 6.
Check, check. Check, check.
Pro semis will take you when you are ready. Pro semis will take you when you are ready. Here we go. Super Pro round number 6, 11 cars left for $15,000. Jeff Taylor left side. The new to him hot rod, dial 461, take on Marco Paravallaris. Marco dial 457. Marco still has 2 entries rolling. He'll come back and run Dustin Wirtz at the end of the round. Win light. Give it to Marco. 14, take 4 to be 2 above. Taylor, 34, 1 above, no good. Marco taking at least 1 entry to the round of 6. Lucas Makovica left side, dial 499. Going to take on Bradley Johnson, dial 475. Give it to Johnson. 10 take 16 to be 2 above. Lucas 19, 2 over, no good. Bradley Johnson will be down to 6. Travis Keys left side out 471. Down Kevin Kleinweber. Man at Hughes Performance out 447. Keys late in 5 thou under. Travis Keys will advance. Brad Pierce left side, the Corvette, dialed 637. Take on Sir James. Sir James Hartvixen right side, dialed 593. Pierce 15, take 25 to be dead on 8. Sir James 031 and 1 above on the drop. No good. Brian O'Connor on the mic. Then we'll have 1 more pair left as we wait for Marco to get back around. Dead 0. 16 total. So we'll have Dustin Wirtz and Marco Pervolaris left to go here in round number 6 on the Super Pro side. We'll be down to our semifinals on the Pro side. All right. Final pair, round number 6. Marco Paravalaris left side, dial 458. Get down Dustin Works, dial 522. Marco trying to be doubled at 6. Give a win line to Marco Paravalaris, 20, take 2 to be 1 above 1. Works 22 and 1 above. No good. Marco will be doubled at 6 when we come back around. This is your pro semi-final. Get ready to come at you. This could be the last lap of pro on Hughes Performance Saturday. Left side, Matt Hawk, dialed 724. Take on Brandon Umberger. Umberger still doubled at 3, dialed in 588. He wins here. He'll be your winner and your runner-up. But Matt Hawk with the advantage up front. Win light, give it to Matt Hawk, 13, takes 16. To be 1 above, Umberger 32, dead 8, had no chance. So we'll run it back one more time. It'll be Matt Hawk and Brandon Umberger in our pro final. And we will take Super Pro quarterfinal round to the lane. Super Pro quarterfinals will take you to the lanes. Super Pro quarterfinals will take you to the lanes. So, we have a new ladder for round number 7. 6 cars left for $15,000. Your pairings will look like this. Bradley Johnson take on Travis Keys. Marco Peravalaris will have his toughest matchup of the day for a hill race. Marco Peravalaris. Brad Pierce will have lane choice over Ryan O'Connor. So it'll be Johnson lane choice over Keys, Peravalaris lane choice over himself, and then Brad Pierce lane choice over Ryan O'Connor. Will take you back to the stage of lanes for round number 7. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Our pro racers that were still in from last night, go ahead, get them warmed up, get them ready. We'll be calling you before you know it. Pro racers from Kid Performance Friday, you are on standby. Get them warmed up, get them ready. Be calling you before you know it. Pro racers from Kid Performance Friday, get them warmed up, get them ready. Do believe we're down to 16 cars there. We will be calling you before you know it.
All right, so our pro final has made their way back. And again, we are down to 6 in Super Pro on a Hughes Performance Saturday. For our Kid Performance and Dyno Friday, we are getting ready to resume that race, and our pro category has been given the heads up. There were 16 cars coming back on a ladder in round number 4. So if you were one of our pro cars that had made your way into a ladder, we ask you to go ahead and get those warmed up, get them ready to roll. Because once we run our final round of pro, we're going to start doing a little going back in time. Back things up to last night. We'll start resuming some of the activity from that Kid Performance and Dyno race. But we are going to get things settled here. What's happening, Mr. Melton? Good to see you out there as well. And it's definitely going to be fun. A lot of the strategery that comes into play as we get down into these later rounds. Again, our pro final going to be rolling up here, and it's going to be a rematch of what we just saw moments ago with Matt Hawk and Brandon Umberger. Trying to find out which one of them will get to come back and claim the check and the trophy. Brandon rolling into the semis, still having 2 in the game. Raced Matt. Matt ended up taking out 1 entry, and now Matt's going to roll back up, and for both of them, it's a deja vu moment. Matt hoping it is a complete deja vu moment. Brandon Umberger is hoping that anything beyond the staging process is different. Pro final in the water box. Brandon Umberger and Matt Hawk. Again, just did this a minute ago. Like literally, what, 10 minutes ago? Difference this time, Matt finds himself in the right lane. Brandon finds himself in the left lane. Umberger is dialed 588, which is what he was dialed last time. Matt Hawk's got that 724 dial on the Maverick. And it came down to a 2 out of 3. Brandon took both entries down into the semi, so Brandon is already going to claim the semi-final money. Question is, will he be 2 and 3 or will he be 1 and 3? Matt racing a home game. That Maverick over to the right side. Matt's claimed track championships here before. He's claimed to win here before. This time it's a 15 thousandths of a second split advantage and win light to big check Brandon Umberger. Margin at the stripe, 5 10,000ths of a second. 0.005 down at the finish line. Matt Hawk was 35 and 1 above, 725 on a 724. Brandon was 20 green and goes 590 on a 588. With a 5 10,000ths of a second margin of victory, Brandon Umberger going to take home the big check from the Southwest Showdown on a $5,000 to win Hughes Performance Saturday. Man, what a spectacular final round. What a really cool last couple of rounds in pro. I'm going to see Matt and Brandon go after it. Matt basically needing to turn on the win light to get himself a chance at the runner-up money, and he did it. Turned on that last win light, they rolled back around, and dang, what a great race. But Brandon, by 5 10,000ths of a second, your winner in pro. So here on a Saturday night in Tucson, we have crowned our first winner. Told you we weren't going to give up. Never give up. Never surrender. Brandon Umberger claims the first big check of the weekend. $5,000 in Hughes Performance Saturday on the pro side. We will take care of the winner circle celebration and stuff a little bit later on because we've still got to finish up Friday's Kid Performance Dyno, and Brandon is still in that one. So we're going to let Brandon make his way back into the pits. We're going to let him focus on, it seems weird, it's Saturday night. We're going to let him now refocus on what was Friday night's activities. But that is what we're going to have happening. So we're going to get down to the point where we're going to start doing like a little bit of back and forth. Still got a couple of rounds left, as we will be coming back at 3. We got 6 left. On the Super Pro side of things for Saturday's main event, we'll be coming back at 3, so we've still got basically to run a quarter, a semi, and a final to determine our Hughes winner. On the Super Pro side, but with Pro now finalized for the Saturday main event. Again, the 16 cars that were still left in, that would be Burton and Passerby, Robertson and Spence, O'Moore and Sasha Hofer, Hall and Rutzel, Stewart and Llewellyn, Joe Kidd Jr. and Johns, Mang and Ortiz, and C.W. Hofer and Brandon Umberger. We gave you a little bit of time to get those cars warmed up and ready, and at this point we are ready for Kid Performance and Dyno Friday, round number 4 for Pro. Let's get you to the back of the lanes for your pairings, please. Kid Performance and Dyno Friday, round number 4. The 16 that remain. If you wouldn't mind, please join us back at the staging lanes for pairings. Six remain at 006. Ryan O'Connor just came off the bye. Brad Pierce in that 58 Corvette. Final door car left on the Super Pro side, 636. Gonna get the head start now. O'Connor not gonna be eligible for the potential buy since he just had it. Brad Pierce has got to win the round. He's got to be looking at better than 006. Reaction time in there. Just got to light up the board. He does. 10 dead 4 for Brad Pierce. So Pierce is 10. And dead on 4, Ryan O'Connor, 004, no good at the finish line. So it is Travis Keys, Brad Pierce, and Marco Paravalaris. Now Marco, who was doubled coming into this round, ended up having to race himself. His other entry had already had a bye, so he went ahead and sacrificed that one. Let's it go. The X entry that he is running right now has not yet had a bye. So right now, Marco's playing a practice tree game. He's just got to let go right. And he may end up coming back on the bye. Right now it's being held by Keys with that 006. goes 011 on the tree. And then runs 456 on a 457. So it's going to be Pierce and Perovalares. Keys on the bye when we come back at 3. Sorry, Jansen, Bradley did not win. All right, once again, Pro round number 4 from Friday. Pro round number 4, the Kid Performance and Dyno. Pro round number 4, we need our 16 cars. Back to the staging lanes for pairings, please. So Pro, we need our 16 cars. To the back of the lanes for pairings, please, from round number 4 on Friday night. Again, it is Burton with lane choice over Passerby. Robertson with lane choice over Spence. O'Moore with lane choice over Sasha Hofer. Hall with lane choice over Rutzel. Stewart with lane choice over Llewellyn. Joe Kidd Jr. with lane choice over Johns. Mang with lane choice over Ortiz. And CW with lane choice over Brandon Umberger. So we should have Pro round number 4 making their way back into the staging lanes as we are going to do a little backtracking in time. We'll get them paired up back there, and again, we'll be running Pro round number 4 from Friday. We'll be running Super Pro semifinals for Saturday as soon as they get back. All right, so with our 16 Pro coming back, again, our Super Pro semifinals confirmed. It is going to be Keys on the bye. Pierce will have lane choice over Perovalares. So we should be getting pretty close. We've got 15 of our 16 for round number 4 of Pro. The only one that we are waiting on is the guy who just lit up the scoreboard to claim the big check on the Hughes Performance Saturday. So he has still got some racing to do tonight. It's like, yay, we win. Okay, back to the lanes. That's kind of the way that it goes. So Brandon is back there getting the car ready to go to come back at the round of 16 in Pro for Friday. We have got our 3 semifinalists on the Super Pro side racing for 15 grand. Again, Keys will be on the bye. Pierce will have lane choice over Paravolaris. And we will get them back into the staging lanes as soon as they are ready. Again, we're going to run our 8 pair of Pro from Friday night. We'll run our semifinal in Super Pro. And then at that point, our objective, again, as we had said from the start, is pretty much just focus on finishing everything that we can today. So when we come back tomorrow for our RB Components Sunday, we've got very little, if any, to do. But we've still got a little bit of time. We know that, I mean, good news, right? It's not windy out there. It's not overcast out there. It's not what it was the past couple of days. We'll just leave it at that. It's not what it was. And I think most people are happy that it's not what it was. So I know there's several people that don't quite get the Bill and Ted Excellent Adventure. Or they don't quite get the, Saturday Night Live reference where we're going to go back in time and you do the the whole Wayne's World thing, but we are going back. Honestly, we're going back, what, about 24 hours? Is that when we walked out of here last night? It was about 9 o'clock, a little after. So we are jumping back 24 hours. And it's not even like the whole daylight savings time thing. We're not doing 1 hour or 2 hours. We're jumping back 24 hours. We have got our 16. We have got them paired. And we are going to run Pro round number 4 from Friday. Again, Super Pro semifinals. Go ahead and make your way back into the lanes. As soon as you can be ready, please. Super Pro semifinals. We want to get the 3 of you back here. And let's play the game. Robert Hall. And again, this kind of makes it easy, right? Except for the fact that we'd be looking for a provisional. Not even really that. We're on a ladder. And with 16, it's going to be even all the way through. Nobody's really racing for a chance at a bye. Nobody's really racing for anything except turn on that scoreboard and get to the next rung of the ladder. Rutzel in the 2,000-bodied Camaro, part of the Minnesota Mafia. Dialed in at 551 over to the right side, and the Chevelle of Robert Hall out of Colorado dialed in at 676. Red line start for Rutzel. The Camaro pounds it away by 4 thousandths of a second and is dead on 551 on a 551. At this point, everybody's had so many laps down the racetrack that they've all got it figured out, and they're not dealing with a headwind, they're not dealing with a tailwind, they're not dealing with overcast. Pretty much just got to get them dialed right. Robert Hall, 8 and dead on 8. Is 16 total. Advancing into round number 5 on a Kid Performance and Dyno. Oh! It just got dark. It's still lining up the race. Diane Red by 12 thousandths of a second. $12 red. So Diane fouls it away, goes 693 on a 696. Super Pro Semis for Saturday. Hughes Performance Super Pro Semis. Let's get you headed in here. Ken Passerby is 27 green and 683 on a 685 as Sasha Hofer and Tim O. Moore. They're going to get after it now. Sasha's dialed 749. Tim O's dialed 580. 10 thousandths of a second. Differentiate them at this end, and a 752 on a 749, and a true margin at the stripe of 1/10,000ths of a second. Sasha runs 52.3 on a 49. O'Moore goes 82.3 on the 80 dial. And a margin of 0.0001 sends Sasha into round number 5 of Pro. I'll bring out Mark Johns. Mustang over on the right side, and Joe Kidd Jr. The Nova on the left, 687 to a 637. One bolt difference on the tree. The Mach 1 in staged and set. 11 thou is the difference at this end of the racetrack. Wind light turns on for Kidd. 61 green, dead 9. Getting there second sends Joe. 1 round deeper. Mark Johns is 50 green. Take 27 thou at the stripe to break out by 7 thousandths of a second. It's Mike Stewart and Richard Llewellyn. The 67 Chevy that he and Colin Poist are doing double duty in the driving with. And Mike Stewart out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Stewart's down 577. Llewellyn. Whoa! Wow. Mike Stewart gets all kinds of crazy here on the starting line. Richard Llewellyn gets down there to the finish line, realizing that Mike's not there, and he goes like almost over. Wow. Mike Stewart was out of the gas and up towards the center line, get down there near the finish line, and Llewellyn's car literally pulls the rear tire off the ground. What a wild lap. Wow. That is definitely wild. All right, so at this point, definitely taking a close look at a couple of things. So basically having Mike Stewart with the wheels up, headed towards the center line, and then at that point, Stewart's able to keep it kind of in the middle, and Richard Llewellyn ends up with a very wild ride down at the finish line. Just kind of taking a very close look at everything and before we make a final decision. But as of right now, based on how that run finished up, it's looking like Llewellyn's moving on, but they are just double checking a few things, making sure that C.W. Hofer and Brandon Umberger So CW's dialed 748, Umberger dialed 589, and Brandon. It's weird to say that here in a quote-unquote Friday night race, your Saturday winner rolling up to the starting line. Umberger's already picked up a big check here this weekend in Pro. Trying to stay alive against one of the toughest out there, C.W. Hofer. That 748 dial and a red light start for CW by 14 thousandths of a second. Ends up 746 on a 748. But handed the win light over to Umberger. Umberger ends up 2 under, 587 on a 589, and oh, by the way, was trip zip perfect leaving the starting line. So Umberger puts triple zeros in the reaction time column, goes 2 under. Getting the win light there as Brett Spence, the Nova out of Walters, Oregon, taking on Henry Robertson. Robertson was doing real good with a couple of entries deep into the Hughes Performance Saturday race. Gets a chance to roll back, maybe get the groove back. 652 the dial for the Mustang, 641 the dial for the Nova. 0.05 of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light turns on for Brett Spence. Comes down to a double breakout. Henry was 18 green, gets to the stripe first by 8 thou and goes 650 on a 652 to be 13 thou under. Brett Spence followed him through to be 10 thou under. Scoreboard lights up for the Nova left side as Carlos Ortiz and Steve Mang going to be our final pair in Pro round number 4 from Friday night as our Super Pro semifinal rolls into the water box. 698 the dial for Mang, 617 the dial for Ortiz. Ortiz is in trouble. Mang wasn't great and does not get the win. Stephen Mang was 34 green. Carlos Ortiz was 34 thou behind that. He had doubled the reaction time, goes 620 on a 617. Stephen Mang takes 900 at the stripe and breaks out by 11 thousandths of a second. Ouch. Ouch. semifinals in Super Pro. Marco Caravalares versus Brad Pierce. 3 fouls separate them in reaction time, and Marco is headed into the final. Brad Pierce, 008, goes 653 on a 635 dial. Marco is 11 green and 659 on a 656. Brad parked, Marco went by. Win light to Marco. He'll be coming back to take on Travis Keys. So it'll be a California versus Colorado matchup in the final of Super Pro. All right, so our final has been set. Travis Keys is going to be coming back to take on Marco Caravalares in Super Pro Saturday, the Hughes Performance Super Pro Saturday. We have whittled our pro field from Friday down to 8. We had 4 pair remaining in Super Pro door car from last night. Carson, I'm just going to say that's not what's happening here. That was something totally different. You look at what everybody else is doing, it just... So we had 4 pair remaining in Super Pro door car on Friday that still needed to run. So we're going to take those 8 cars to lanes 7 and 8. Again, 048X. So 048X and 7431. Again, this is Super Pro door car. Round 3 from Friday. We need to get you back. It's 048X and 7431. 7892 and 750B. 5295 and C773. 563CX and K671X. So we got our 8 remaining door cars on the Super Pro side from Friday. We are looking to get you back into the staging lanes so that we can wrap up what was round number 3 in Super Pro door car. So again, our 8 cars, let's get you headed over to lanes 7 and 8. Again, that's 048X, 7431, 7892, and 750B, 5295, C773, 563CX, and K671X. Those 8 door cars that were still left to run when we had to go on pause last night in Super Pro. Get you back to the lanes, please, to lanes 7 and 8. All right, again, so for our 8 cars that were remaining on Friday in Super Pro Door Car, we have called you to lanes 7 and 8. For the rest of the door cars that had not yet made a run in round number 3, again, we had several door cars that had already made the run and advanced. If you had not yet made your run in round number 3 and were not yet paired in round number 3 last night, if you're still double, let's get you to 3 and 4. If you're single, let's get you to 5 and 6. So again, Friday, round number 3, Super Pro Door Car. The 8 cars that were already paired should be in lanes 7 and 8. Those that had not yet run and had not yet been paired, let's get you headed to lanes 3 and 4 if you're doubled, 5 and 6 if you are single entered. We're giving our Super Pro finalists an opportunity with Travis Keys and Marco Peravolaris to get their stuff turned around and ready to go. But again, what we're looking at is going into Friday Night Remix. Super Pro Door Car, round number 3. We've got 8 cars that were already paired. We've got a handful of cars that were still left to run. So again, if you were one of the paired cars, you should be in lanes 7 and 8. If you were one of the unpaired cars, if you're still double entered, we need you to 3 and 4. Single entries, let's get you headed to lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, 048X, 048X, 7431, and I believe he said 750B. Still need you into the staging lanes, please. Again, 048X, 7431, and 750B. Looking for you in lanes 7 and 8. And Super Pro Finals, Super Pro Finals. We'll get Travis and Marco headed back this direction. Travis and Marco, come on down. At this point, I feel like an air traffic controller. Or somebody who's handling the flight deck on an aircraft carrier. We're like, all right, we're going to get our pro car or our Super Pro door cars that are already paired over here. We're going to get our unpaired cars over here. If you're double, go over here. Negative, Ghost Rider, the pattern is full. Oh my goodness. All right, Super Pro Finals from Saturday. Let's get you headed this way as well.
You're clear to 15,000 feet.
Yeah. You are. All right. I believe it's Andres Hull. Andres Hull, 048X, the black pickup truck. We need you into the staging lanes, please. Andres Hull needs you into the staging lanes now, please. All right, Kid Performance and Dyno Pro. Round number 5. Pro, round number 5. Umberger with lane choice over Ortiz. Hofer with lane choice over Spence. Llewellyn with lane choice over Kidd. And Hall with lane choice over Passerby. Let's get our 8 remaining in Pro, round number 5. From the Kid Performance and Dyno Friday race as we are into our Super Pro Finals. $15,000 up for grabs here between Travis Keys and Marco Paravalaris. We have crowned our Hughes Performance Pro winner in Brandon Umberger. We are about to crown our second winner of the event, and it'll either be the dragster out of Colorado piloted by Travis Keys or the dragster out of California for Marco. Wouldn't be the first time that he finds his way into the winner's circle here at the Southwest Showdown. Saturday seems to be the magical day for Marco. Won here 2 years ago, runner-up here last year. And he's trying to get around Travis Keys this time and will not. Travis Keys is 19, take 2 thou at the stripe and breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. Marco was 25 green and goes under by 9 thou. Travis Keys going to be your winner on Saturday in Super Pro in a Hughes Performance Day for $15,000 here at the Southwest Showdown. The Pueblo, Colorado-based racer will claim the trophy, the check, the hat, and all the goodness that is Super Pro winner for Hughes Performance Saturday. We're now making our way into Super Pro Door Car. Continuation of round number 3.
So we are back into the remainder of round 3 of our Kid Performance Super Pro category. Got our door cars. Had a handful of them left to go. Andres Hull left side out 664. Going to take on Ruben Quintero Jr. out 609. So at this point, we'll take Pro quarterfinals, lane 7 and 8. Pro quarterfinals, lane 7 and 8. Dragster, round 3 dragsters from yesterday's program. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. Once again, dragster doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. No box. Quarterfinals or pro quarterfinals, you should be in lane 7 and 8. Win light there goes to Ruben, 52 and 2 hunt under, gets the win. Andres, 21 take 32 to be 21 thou under. Sarah Kidd left side out 682, could take on Jeff Jones. Jones out 613. Win light, give to Kidd 33, get behind 44 to be 5 thou under. Jones 23 and 39 thou under, no good. Sarah Kidd will move on. Travis Ritzel left side out 551, take on Larry Cannon out 615. Ritzel, 43 dead 5, turns on the win light. Cannon, 31 take 22 to be 5 thou under. Travis Ritzel will advance. Rodney Snyder left side out 512, take on Ken Swayo out 589. Right up front. Win light, give it Snyder 23, 2 above, gets there 10 thou. Swayo 40, 1 above 9, no good. Rodney Snyder will advance. Brett Spence, need you back. Brett Spence, need you back to the lanes. Brett Spence, need you back to the stage lanes. Brett Spence, need you back. So we're going into round 5 for our Kid Performance Friday Pro category. That'll be the next thing you see.